Sorry if I disappeared all of a sudden. I realised because I'm not tapping the screen and saying anything to you that it's all disappearing. So sorry about that. That if there was a slight blip there. But anyway, here I am. I'm back again, and we're now finishing off with the mouse straps. Hopefully, you're still with me. You didn't all disappear. Are you still all there? I'm going to have to click on my phone once in a while, aren't I? There we go. You're all there, just came back. Yeah, that's great, thank you. So you can see I just go 3/4 of the way around that. Then on this, I put a big blob of contact adhesive and I spread that right down the fabric. Again, as I said, this isn't necessary. This is just something I like to do. I like to, when I'm using a puppet, I like to have that soft mouse strap holding my hand, that's all, I suppose. Yeah. In the past, as I said, I've used leather and really nice soft leathers and things. But again, it's not necessary. I just, in the end, want to go for the simplest and cheapest method, really. There we go. And then I'll just trim around the edge. There we go. I think you are right. I think TikTok probably would end after an hour, end the live session after an hour, something like that. So yeah, that's probably right. And because I'm not typing and responding, maybe they think, well, that's it. It's time to turn him off. But if that happens again, then I'm here and just keep on. And of course, unless the puppet's finished. But yeah, just wait, and I will come back again. Okay, if it does turn off. So. I'm not. This isn't my thing. I'm not used to this. So there we go. So I've glued it around on here, and now I'm just going to roll it around the outside here, and roll it around the edge there. And this is really nice and soft now for my hands. It does also protect the for sweat as well. So this will go over my hand, and if my hand gets really hot and sweaty, again, it's another form of protection to keep it all together. It should be fine, but over-engineer everything. That's the problem, you see. So what I do now is I work out how far I want this to go over. That seems very, very large, so I'm going to just trim it. A little bit more, I think. Trim a little bit more off. And yeah, that's about right there, I'd say. So you just want it to fit your hand nice and snugly. You don't want it to be, such a large gap that your fingers can flap around inside. So it needs to be to be able to hold your hand, really. And so I just leveled the two up. Now, this is where, again, if you are impatient, hands up, me, you've got to take care, because you do need the contact adhesive to work properly here. So I'm going to glue the ends, and the contact adhesive will hold as long as you're patient. Turn it around and do the other ends. Okay, and I leave this to dry. And now I go back to just by the hinge, okay? So just by the hinge here. And I will spread this out onto the wood there. Okay, and more here. And more there. Okay. Now I do need to let this go off quite not dry, but quite tacky. If I try to stick it before that, it really doesn't like it, and the arm straps, not that they fall off, but it's just not right. So it's really worthwhile spending some time just to get yourself a cup of tea or something, and that'll be a lot better. So just any questions? Whilst I'm waiting for that to dry, is there anything that you're concerned about, or anything you'd just like to know a little bit more about? I'm going to grab a drink myself, saying that. Yeah, Cara, we're back. Yeah, sorry about that. That's us disappearing because I don't think I've been hitting the screen long enough, but never mind. Have I created puppets based on characters like Stitch or the Muppets? Unfortunately, I haven't. The reason being that the my brain copyright. The copyright is very strict on here, and so really, though I love the Muppets and though I love Stitch, Lilo and Stitch, and all those characters, I also like the dragons. You know, the creatures, the cartoon, the dragons. I'd love to create stuff like that, but unfortunately we can't. So yeah, copyright. They really do clamp down on you. Patreon access. What comes with the Patreon access? There's so many different levels. Everything from hi through to get a pin for free, and we are thinking out of bringing out the next level, which will be to have a pattern and a tutorial free every month. That's where we're hopefully going to go with this. So yeah, that's what we'd like to do. There's also a Discord which you can go on, and there's lots of information there where you all meet together, I know, and share pictures and all that sort of stuff. And there are discounts. So yeah, it's worth going on to the bio and having a look and seeing what's available for you at the different levels. Someone said that whereabouts are we in the UK? We're based in Wales, so that's pretty good. I'm now going to... Your questions are coming up fast and furious, which is great to see. Let's just see if I can find... Yeah, someone says, how do I work with contact cement without a respirator? That's a really, really good question. I worked with a person that made shoes, and he'd been working with this contact adhesive we're using at the moment for over 20 years, and he said, though it smells horrible, it's not very good, and as long as you've got a well ventilated room, it's not too bad. However, yeah, it is always very wise whenever you're doing any of this sort of stuff to use a respirator, to have a well ventilated room, having airflow, having dust extractors, all of those things, because at the end of the day you want to keep safe. It's not very easy for me to talk to you with a respirator on. I do have a full face mask, which I would normally use, but certainly not not on a live stream. It does smell a bit, but it's fine. Okay. Someone, you dreamt that you were building a puppet. That's fantastic. I actually dreamt last night that I was doing a tutorial to everyone over a live stream, and I had people in the room as well, and I was trying to do it all, and I got stressed. So I was obviously quite stressed about this today. Anyway, this has gone off hard enough, which is fantastic. Thanks for your questions. They're brilliant. Really good. So now that it's gone off, as before, you can feel it on your hand. It's not coming off on your hand, but it's a little bit damp. This here you can see, and so I now press down onto the plywood, and it will squish a little bit, but it is so strong. It is really, really strong at this point. And again, do the same on the other side. Yeah. And now I've got to make sure that they're stuck down properly. Could have waited a little longer, but you can see now I've got my fingers in here, and I can now use the puppet. and I can grab and pull. I'm not going to do too much at the moment because it is still wet. The full strength from any glue is about 24 hours anyway. I mean, this is pretty strong, but after 24 hours, this will be bomb-proof. But you can see I've now got a puppet mouth, which we can now use. So that's fantastic. That's the next part. There we go. I'm just going to see if I've missed out on any questions. Have I ever completely missed the mark on a customer's puppet? We normally work very, very closely with the client. So literally, if it was a client that's paying, not through TikTok, but you know, our normal custom puppets, we send photos, we Skype once a week, we make sure everyone's happy. So no, not normally. Can you make a puppet based on a person's D&D character? I would love to do that. Sorry, I love D&D, and that would be really good. Someone said, "What's the white stuff on the mouth plate?" Yeah, I did mention it is EVA foam. It is a high density foam. It's the sort of stuff you'd get. Is it yoga mats? That sort of stuff, but this is obviously thicker. But it doesn't need to be EVA foam. I like it because it's quite soft and squishy, so you can manipulate it. But you could use more foam. You could use, I don't know, a block of wood even, if necessary. But it's just something to grab onto when you're using the mouth. So you can put your fingers in and you can hold over the top. And it helps you to control, wait a minute, make sure you're on camera. So you can actually control the puppet just a little bit more. So that's EVA foam. Someone said, we might mention it already, what glue are we using? Yeah, we are using a contact adhesive, the cheapest contact adhesive I can get hold of. We do use EVA foam. I know in America there's some things like barge cement, but just a contact adhesive works great. But as with all things, please take care when you're using glues or blades, or you're using bandsaws or things like dust. You know, all of these things. Take care of your health. Even with fur, when you're cutting fur, that is awful. Sometimes it's really nice, if you know it's a long fur, to wear a mask on that, because that stuff is horrid. It really is. Yeah, it's not very nice at all. So there we go. Thanks for all your questions. That's brilliant. So we've now got a mouth plate, we've got some hands, we've got some arm tubes, and we've got a body. Woo, there we go. Now all we need is a puppet. And so Patreon have decided that they would like a beastie puppet. Thanks Patreon, because that's one of the most difficult ones to make. So, but not to worry, let's do this. It's only difficult because there are so many different parts. And so, let me see. So, here we go. So we have a snout part, we have another snout part, we have the back, we have a chin. Yeah, we have so many different parts here, and I've labelled them all together. So I normally like to start with the easiest bit. So I go, oh, I'm going to do one back, and then I know where the chin and the snout go. And then I've got this one here, it says one of these, it says two of these and two of these. So it's a case of getting my foam and now starting to draw around these and cut them out bit by bit on the bandsaw. Again, so I'm going to start with two C's, I think. I've got so many offcuts, so again, I should be able to use those. Bits and pieces. Right. Okay. So again, same as before, using a pen from, I'm not sponsored by B&M, but maybe I should be. B&M, these are great pens, so many different shades, and very, very cheap. So this one here says C times 2, so I normally would just mark on there C, so I remember that. I then will leave it out anyway, so I don't get confused. And again, I will trim around this very briefly here, and because I'm doing two, I'll put one on top of the other so the bandsaw can cut two together. The next one I look at is the snout or chin, so let's see if I can do the snout here. And it's worthwhile when you're doing the head, as I've said before, take care with this, because the better you do this, I'm supposed to put sn for snout, the more care you take with this, the better your puppet will look. So today, being on camera, being a bit nervous and everything else, it might not be as good as it should be, but I'll try to get it as best as I can. This one says back. Again, don't worry about the, you might be thinking, he's wasting so much. I've used so much of this for other puppet builds, and other puppet builders will come and steal my supplies as well. So that's B for back. And then I have, am I going to get a piece out of there? No, typical, isn't it? There's my chin. Someone's asked if we stopped doing the Treeby head shape. No, we just like to move them around a bit. So at the moment we've got a selection of, I don't know, how many have we got? 10 head shapes? I'm not sure, but we've got a selection, and it was a case of, well, let's just put some new ones in that people haven't seen for a while. But Treeby will come back, and yeah, that will, don't worry, the Treeby will be around again. As you can see there, I wasn't concentrating very well and didn't draw around that very well. So and this is A, and I need 2 of these. There we go. Now I've got 2 of those ready. So this is all for the head. Now, this one here is very complicated. So it will say snout, pointing this way, A to C. I need 2 of them, and up there is B. So what I'll do is I'll leave that one so I can get my head around what's going to actually happen here. This is B. And then I've got C going this way, C going this way, and B here. So, but I've got B here, so it's very difficult trying to work it all out. So as I say, I normally start with the mouth plate, and then I start creating the foam work around that. I know this one here, you have to be careful, sort of drawing around these and cutting them out, because you could get a lopsided puppet if not. So. If I get a lopsided puppet today, I apologise for that, but I'm sort of nervous and rushing. So I'm going to go and cut these now. You don't need to see the bandsaw, but it'll be just a couple of minutes. So talk amongst yourselves for a little bit. there we are, I'm back. Right. Thanks that you're all talking amongst each other, that's really good. So are there many other people here who are builders? That's a good question that someone's just said. Or you're just interested to see how these things go together. Okay, so here we go. So this is now we're going to start creating the head shape. So I've got my mouth plate, which we'll be building from, and I normally start with things which are easier for me, I suppose. So I know what the snout is and I know what the chin is. So the first thing I'll probably do is the snout. And these big cuts basically mean to say that you can glue those together and you then get the shape. So again, if we do our the little Patreon I suppose tutorial on pattern making, I'll go into that a little bit with you later on, but that's not really for a little while. But so I'm going to glue down here. There we go. It's great to hear that people have just started building and just have fun. You know, seriously, just have fun with this. Find free patterns and just play around with what you can do and what you can create. And there's so much you can do. You know, don't be restricted by saying, oh, furry fingers do it this way, that's the only way you can do it. It's not. Just literally play around with what you can do and create, yeah, it's so much better that way. At times, because I'm set in my ways as such, it's a real pain, and it's nice when someone says, "Oh, can you create a fox? Can you create something different?" And I've got to then, you know, completely change my ideas. So, yeah, try to keep fresh. Just play. Literally just play, and you'll have a lot of fun building them and learning that way. So as always, literally glue both sides, wait until they're tacky, and then we can stick them together. How do I know that they're ready? That one there was a bit wet when I touched it, so I don't want that. I want to feel it almost cool and not leaving any residue on my hands, which is like most of my hands, most of the day, to be fair. If you look at my hands, you'll find there's glue on my hands. But yeah, literally see if you can wait until it's the right sort of, I wanted to say temperature then, no, right stickiness, and stick it together. If it's too wet, it will just prise apart. But there we go, that's the snout, sn for snout. You can see it was too wet, so it's just beginning to pull apart there. It should be fine though. I'll stick it back together again and won't do that. There we go. Next one I can do is the chin. And that's very, very similar. So start working on the bits which I know go together, know work really well. As I said, this is probably one of the most complicated patterns we do. The fox is pretty crazy too. Yeah, it's just trying to work, you know, I'm lost in my own words, but you know, just play around and work with shapes and see what you can get away with, and eventually you'll work up to different ones like this, and I'm sure there are some far more complicated shapes than I'm playing around with. So whilst I'm doing this, I then go back and make sure that all my other joints are dry. That was fine. Mouth plate's great. Snout is great. Chin, almost there, almost. be right back. So. That's right. I'm not that technically savvy, and I've got you on the iPad, so I can see your comments. And I just swiped it and lost you completely. But you're back. It's okay. Hopefully you're all back anyway. So anyway, this is now, yeah, I can feel it's fine. And stick those two together. So that's the chin and that's the snout. So on here, remember I had bottom and I had top. So the top is the snout. And so at this stage, I'll probably stick that on. So that's the top, and then that will be the bottom. So yeah, why not? Let's stick this. So these here, I don't know if anyone's noticed, I've spent, oh man, years of my life perfecting the art of putting contact adhesive in squeezy bottles. I used to have them in tins, and you'd open the tin up, and after a week it would all go all gloopy and dry out, and it was horrible. It just didn't work. Then I went to as I was talking about the person that was in the making shoes, he had his in an oil can, and he used to squeeze it out with a little oil can onto the foam or onto the leather, and I used that for a while, but the contact adhesive actually ate away at the seals on the inside, and so that fell apart. And then I came across this idea. This is an original. No, I'm sure everyone uses this, but it is so good. It just, if you're making lots of puppets as well, you put the lid on, it keeps it fresh, and you can use it at any time. And it's a tiny little nozzle, so you can actually then control the amount of contact adhesive as it comes out. Would highly recommend this. Seriously, this is my tip of the day. Tip of the day, get some squeezy bottles if you're going to use contact adhesive. It is brilliant. So I just go around the edge of the mouth plate on the plywood. And if I wasn't talking so much, I would have done a better job and not squirted it around too much. But you can see here, gone around the edge and then put to one side. I go up the edge here as well of the mouse strap, and that will help keep it all together as well. So as you can see, it's not going anywhere. There we go. And that. And then I've got the snout. Go around the edge. There we go. And then the chin, I'll do the same. I'll just wipe the top off there. And again, wait for it to go off. If I was impatient, it just will peel up again. With these, I just cut the, or snap the top off and then ready to go again. So hopefully they're beginning to go off. Okay, it's gradually there, it's almost there. Awesome, we've got a slight technical difficulty with my iPad. The battery was running out, so we're trying to get it to stand up, but it's working, we're fine. Awesome. Excellent, we're fine. Good stuff. Okay, so now we've got the snout ready and we've got the chin ready to go into the right place. Now, because this is foam, it'll be a case of we can squeeze this into the right area. So you can see this is still quite wet here, but it should still be fine. It should still be fine. Someone did say, how did we get into puppet making, or how did I get into puppet making? I did mention it before, but basically I've been an engineer for a long time. A friend and I decided we'd do some puppet shows, and it was great, but I preferred making puppets, and so in the end that's what I did. And so I joined the Furry Fingers team probably about 10 years ago now, so never looked back. Love making puppets. It's a really great thing. It's always changing. You always have, I can still use my engineering, but it's really great. We do a lot of animatronics and movement and levers and eyes and 3D printing and that sort of stuff. I've been talking and I didn't tell you or show you what I was doing there, did I? So what I do then with my snout is I lined it up with the middle. Now this is, again, if I rushed, I could have the snout coming off to one side and that'd be a real pain, or over to the other side. So really try to get it into the middle and line it up and squeeze it onto that piece of plywood. So I don't know if I can show you here. There's a slight lag, but there we go. I'm going to squeeze that onto that plywood. There we go. And you should end up with a snout. That type of thing. I'll now go back and I'll tidy up my handiwork. Yeah. There we go. You can see that here it was still a little bit too wet, and so it's pulling apart, but it should still be fine. The fabric will hold all of that together, and if I go around in a minute and just go back and squeeze everything, it should be fine. Yeah, it's okay. It's holding, it's holding. Don't panic, anyone. Okay, so that's my snout and my chin. Looking pretty good. So now we go on to the rest of the head. You can see I'm putting this off, can't you? So I've got the back, and from the back it goes to the two C's. So I'm going to put those two C's together, and then from there we will stick bit by bit by bit. So back first of all. Hopefully this is helping people and showing just a few little bits for you. I remember on one occasion I saw a puppet builder, and they were in America, and I had to set my alarm so I could actually see them actually do. That was years ago, just so I could watch them do some making. And it's just great sometimes to see other people do work, isn't it? To share their art. There you go. So, Cara, you set your alarm for 7 this morning. Thanks ever so much for that. Hope it's worthwhile. But that's great, fantastic. Whereabouts are you? I think you must. I think you did say, but that's fantastic that you set your alarm. Awesome. Okay, you're in America as well. That's yeah. Someone did say, does the glue smell strong? I hate using barge, it's so toxic. I have heard barge is very, very strong. Yeah, this does smell. It's not pleasant, to be fair. And I would recommend using a mask if you weren't doing a live stream. Um, because if I was wearing a mask, you wouldn't hear anything, would you? But yeah, I'd recommend that. Well ventilated areas, fans, that sort of stuff. You don't really want to be, sort of sniffing this stuff, do you? Though this stuff isn't toxic, it's still, I wouldn't like to be smelling it all day long every day, because how can it be good for you, So, yeah, it's, yeah, take care with all of these things. Take care with everything. I mean, some of you might have seen last year with my industrial sewing machine, I decided to sew my finger, which really wasn't nice. It was just unpleasant. So always take care. These accidents normally happen when you're really not paying attention or rushing or anything else. So yeah, uh, always use the safety equipment that's available. So I'm going to stick now the C's to my B's. And you can see again, I lined up the bottom here, and the top. If I just let it follow its own route, you could see that it would actually, I'd have an inch overlap. So what we do is we put the top together and we feed these in together. And that's what will give you your shape, is to actually make the foam sort of go to the shape that you want it to. So I normally do the bottom and then the top, and then make sure it all fits in together. There we go. So that's our back sorted. So I now go on to this complicated bit here where it says here C this way, C this way, which means to say that will go in here. So I'll glue bit by bit by bit here. I think if we ever did this as a pattern for yourselves, the tutorial will be as long as this live stream. It's yeah, it's quite a complicated pattern. So just though this one was now, I've already sort of put glue on this, so it's going dry. Because this, I've literally just put the glue on, I can leave it a little bit tackier so it will connect to the other one. So it doesn't need to be bone dry to bone dry on this one. So I'll just probably put it on in a moment. It is amazing, isn't it, seeing the head coming together like this. I apologise if I'm not saying people's names. It's because it's your names are coming up on this green screen, so I can see your name, and so the other is highlighted, and I can read that very well. But the names are sort of in a different colour. It's really difficult to see. So so sorry about that. But yeah, it is great to see these coming together. How that just from flat foam you can make such great shapes. So I'm now going to put, as it said there, this one said with the paper C into C, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to put the spike in there and come down the side, and spike there and come down the side. There we go. All right, that's that one gone down now. So we've done B, C, and this one, and now we've got this one here, which is quite a crazy one. So this one says B, C, and we need two of these. So I'm going to glue up this now just to make sure. So B, and this goes to C, so this will go along here like this. Yeah, let's try. As I said earlier, we've made um, the pattern and the tutorial for the snoz, and I'd say that's probably one of the easiest foam work we can do. So that will be available hopefully very, very soon, and the tutorial there is done properly, and there's written documentation to go with it as well, so it's showing you pictures. So that'll be available soon as well, so hopefully you'll be able to make your own snoz, and the foam is dead easy there, so that shouldn't be a problem. Just going to glue this up. Someone has just said, have we ever considered selling a kit? Yeah, we have. In fact, we've got so many different ideas, but we had to move, as you're aware of, and we've now moved to a different workshop and everything else. And because of that, these things we are still going to do. We've got 3 kits available at the moment. And they have the fleece. I've done the eyes for them. In fact, I've done the eyes. I've got enough foam, enough fleece, enough wood for the mouth plates. In fact, I've 3D printed the mouth plates for you, so you don't have to cut them out with a bandsaw or anything. So yeah, I've done all of that. So that's all ready, really, to go when I get my act together. Hopefully soon. That is really, something I want to do very, very soon. How long does it take for you to complete a puppet? Again, wow, it could be anything from a Gerbil, not too long, through to, we've had puppets take us weeks before. So yeah, it can take a very, very long time, very long time. So I'm going to now add this one onto the bottom, and you can see that it's beginning to change shape. It's now coming down. I'm sorry, I've got to make sure you're in camera, haven't I, in shot, but it's now beginning to come down. So though we had a curved back, we're now going down to the front. And when I add this one, again, the bottom here, feed it through, and these will actually match at the top, and they will stick together. There we go. So we've now got this arched sort of area, and surprisingly enough, that's where that will fit. Hopefully it will fit. So now I'm going to put some glue around here. I don't know how long I've been going now, but maybe 2 hours. So you can see, to actually do just the foam work on these puppets, you are talking quite a long time. For TikTok, if we showed you the whole thing, you would all be falling asleep by within minutes, wouldn't you? But yeah, they can take some time. The foam itself can take some time. Even getting the body ready and the hands ready and things for a puppet build can take some time. Someone said how many people work at Furry Fingers. Well, it's varied. We've had anything from 6 to 4, and it changed all the time. Obviously, we've moved at the moment, but yeah, we normally have about 4 people here. But we have had more, and in fact, I think we had about 8 at one point. So yeah, it's a good place to work. Impatience coming in here now. You can see I'm wanting to get on. Let's move these, and I'll move them out of the way and put it into my folder so I know it's all there. There we go. Let's move these bits out of the way. Tidy. Someone said, "I found you again." I'm so glad. I hope it doesn't go off again. If it does go off again, because I think it's coming up to the 2 hours mark in a minute, then don't disappear. I will be here, so please, keep on, and I will reappear. I'm just doing this, aren't I, without telling you what I'm doing. I'm sorry, I'm just going to pull that off. So I've now got the centre line here of the snout, and I've got the centre line here of that last piece, which was horrible, wasn't it? All pieces everywhere. And I'm going to line those up together, and I'm going to feed that in. There we go, all the way around. As you saw, if you're quick, you can just pull the parts apart really quite quickly. There we go. Make sure it's all stuck together. And then we've got this bit, which comes down here and here. Now, you've got to be careful when you're doing this, because if I stick this down here now, which seems the most logical thing to do, it will really restrict the way I open that mouth, because as I open that mouth, it's squishing this piece of foam. So I need to make sure that when I do that, that the hinge is extended to the full amount here, and then I stick it right at the other end. So don't just squish it all together. Make sure so you've got more movement in the hinge. So I'll just put a little bit of glue here, bit of glue here. Have I ever made a really scary puppet? I don't know. Have I really ever made a really scary puppet? Not normally. No, puppets are normally. Oh, I did make a zombie once. Is that scary? And he had blinking eyes. Yeah, he was quite creepy actually. He was for a guy who was going to use it for advertising, and so yeah, he did. So half his face was normal, and then half his face was, I'm sorry, I've got to keep on making sure I'm in frame, haven't I? Half his face was normal, and then half his face was a zombie, and that was a lot of fun to make actually. But I had to carve all of that, so I couldn't do that out of just sheet foam. So I had a massive block of foam, and I carved it all out, and that was quite hard work. So yeah, one of those didn't take a couple of hours. That one took, a good. I think it almost took a month in the end, because he had animatronics, he had blinking eyes, he had all those sorts of things. So yeah, that was a lot of fun to make, a lot of fun. So yeah, really good. Right. No, I mean, being impatient again, being really impatient. Someone said, "You're extremely talented." Thank you. Appreciate that. Impatience. Just gotta wait. Wait for it to dry. If I don't, it will fall apart. And surprisingly, it's symmetrical seeing that I have been talking and rushing and doing all this at the same time. So he's pretty good actually. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, not too bad. And now I'm going to make sure It's lined up and lined up. And so you can see I've actually got on camera down there a bit, there we go. So I've got space here in the hinge, there we are, for him to open his mouth and shut it. Okay, that's important, so I want to have that space there. And because I've got those EVA foam things, remember I said I can grip, well I'm now using my thumb to grip so I can pull back and change the shape of the actual puppet, and I can make him have more expression, so he can go to one side or he can go to the other side, and you can do those things. And that's because of the mouth straps and because of the that EVA block that's on the inside. And for the chomp test, you're right. I can see some of you watch this all the time, you know, so that's really good. So yeah, that's that is the foam work done for the puppet. So I normally have a stand. Let me see if I can find a stand. There we go. And this is for kitchen towels. A kitchen towel holder. So I use these and put that on top and then put that one on top. And I know he's then ready for his for the next part. It just keeps it all together. And actually for display afterwards actually is quite nice. You can see here where it's not stuck properly. Where I said, you know, if I was impatient and I stuck it anyway, the fabric will pull that in, so I'm not too worried about that. So, but that's just to show you that you take care. You know, don't rush like I'm rushing. Take your care, and it'll be better. But that will be fine. I know from experience that the fabric will be fine on that. So, there we go. Let me just grab a drink quickly. Someone's saying, will you keep the puppet? Well, I have an idea about this. I'm thinking I might give it away as a giveaway, as a competition, and it'd be something like, you know, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you know, we'll pick from the list. So whatever we create today will be a giveaway, I think. So yeah, we'll be. You might have a chance. You never know. Thanks for that. I love the shape too. Yeah, it's good. So we're now getting to the point where we think about the actual colour and the style of the puppet. So Patreon decided that they wanted it to be from outer space and that it needs to be purple and multicolour. Another thing I'll be showing at a later stage, probably the Patreon, will be how we dye our fabrics and everything else. But this is pre-dyed, because if I showed you that now, we wouldn't be able to carry on with the build, because obviously we boil it, we then do all sorts of things. So, and it will take a while to dry. So I got some purple, which was one of the colours chosen, which is a beautiful deep purple. This is with F3. As I said, we get this shipped across from America, and it comes across white, and then we dye it ourselves to the colours that we want. So this is lovely. F3, if I show you the stretch now, that's the stretch. Okay, it goes one way, not the other way. So that's the stretch. If I show you on the Nyla fleece that we had previously, not that way, but that way, it's just, it goes on and on and on. So it doesn't stretch as much, but you probably won't see on the camera, but it's got a lovely pile. If you can imagine Velcro, the furry side of Velcro, it's that sort of pile, a bit denser, but it's a lovely, lovely fabric. So worth investing in. I prefer to use that. I know in the past clients have said, you know, can you just use polar fleece? Which we can, of course we can, but you don't have the same satisfaction. Your puppet just looks so much better, and you feel so much better using this material, even though it does cost a lot more. So play around with Nyla fleeces and with shapes and things, and then when you think, you know what, I want to make a really nice puppet, invest with some nice fabrics. Get some nice foam, get some nice fabrics, and you'll be a lot happier with that. So it's worth doing, I think, personally. So that's the purple. But the body, I'm going to do the the fluffy part. That's it. I'm going to do the fluffy part. And it's supposed to be multicoloured. And thinking that this is from outer space, I found this fluffy fur, which is this. And I think this is really fun, a lot of fun, a great fur. And so that's what I'm going to do is body out of, and it matches really great with the purple. So it's real contrast, real alien outer space type stuff, I think. So yeah, I really love that. So that's what we're going to be doing. So I clear some space because I need some space for the fabric to go down, basically. Just move some bits and pieces out of the way, and move him out of the way there, and I then get the fabric. Now the fur, let's just make sure it goes in the right direction, so it goes down this way, so I'm going to lay it down on its back. Fur is a real pain. And it's great. It's a great fabric. It's a very forgiving fabric. So if you're not that accurate with your sewing or with your sticking, that's fine, because well, it will hide it because you've got lots of fur there. But it's horrible to cut because each one of these long bits of fur is connected onto the backing, and if you cut through the backing and through the fur, you just get a whole bundle of mess. Fur everywhere. It goes up your nose, it goes all over your clothing. It's just horrible. So be really careful when cutting fur. You can cut it with scissors, and when you cut it with scissors, you've got to make sure you just cut the backing. So you're not going, right, I'm going to show you what not to do, guys. Okay, don't literally cut through the fur, okay? Because all of this now is released into the atmosphere, and it is horrible. It is just terrible. So what you need to do is just cut the backing. So you get almost the tips, the tiny tips of the scissors, and you just trim the backing itself, not all the way through the fur, and that way you don't lose any of the floof. You still lose a bit, look, but not all of it. You can do it that way, or using a blade. So the Persona blades, which I showed you earlier, you can use these, and these will cut through the backing and leave the fur on the other side. There are problems. Fur, for some reason, some furs will blunt a blade within one half of a body almost at times. I don't know what it is, what they do with the fur, but it is just a nightmare. So you can get through a load of these. The other thing is, these are so sharp. So please, you know, we've been talking about safety before, about the contact adhesive. We've been talking about those sorts of things. These are lethal, absolutely lethal. I know they use them for hairdressing. I don't know how they use them for hairdressing, but I just know that these are evil. So please take care when you're actually using these things. Again, in the past, when I was covering a body, because that's what I'm going to be doing, I would have had a template, and I would have drawn around the template and cut it out carefully and everything else. But what I find now is, because I know this in two halves, what I do is I squash it down and I draw around the outside. Now, Yeah, is that lazy? I don't know if it's lazy. It works really, really well. So you've just got to give yourself a bit of a larger seam allowance on the sides, but otherwise it's great. And you can go around the outside again with my trusty pens, or you can go around the outside with chalk. And sometimes I'll use like, is it Taylor's chalk? I think it's called, which is this sort of stuff here, and it's very brittle, but really very good. But you know, for going around the outside of these puppet shapes. So just drawing right the outside. I come down a little bit. I'll show you why in a minute. And the same again, and then up. It's hard to do this on camera, guys. There we go. Yeah, that didn't work very well at all. So I'll probably move onto the pen and see if that works. That does seem to be better, I think. So I'll try it again. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, that seems to be better, doesn't it? Take care. Not like me. I'm rushing here, aren't I? Again. Take care. Take your time, and you'll get a better result. Okay. Yeah, I can see that a lot better. And then I do another one beside it. So we've got both sides then. Oh, his head almost fell off then. There we go. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, time efficient, not lazy. Yeah, absolutely. What a great way of putting it. And down here. And a bit up the top as well. Okay, let's put him shape back on. Okay, so we've got the shapes here. Now, I don't know if you can see, I've got this area here and here, which I've extended beyond. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to roll this back inside the body. So you won't see any foam at all. This will actually then coat the inside of the body as well. So I'll make sure all the lines are really, I can see them myself. Let's go around the outside. There we go. Yeah, good. And then I'm going to get myself a fresh blade, I think. Yeah, they look like this. Okay, they come in little boxes of 5. I'm pretty sure the one I've been using for a while now. So they're coated in a bit of card to protect it. Now it's fresh. Please, 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 please take care. In fact, I'm going to have to take care because if I sort of cut myself on camera, it's probably not going to go down too well, is it? So, yeah. Someone says they use silver pens on black fur. That's a great idea. Dead right there. That'd be really good. So I'm going to now cut down, and I give myself probably 5mm. What's that? Is that 1/4 of an inch? I don't know. About that sort of seam allowance. It's a rough estimate. This fur really doesn't like to be cut that well, but don't press too hard. You don't want to cut through the fur. You only want to cut through that backing. So I'm going to try again. Some furs you'll find cut a lot easier than others, and this fur here, for some reason, doesn't like to be cut very well. So let's try this again. I'm just reluctant to press too hard and then have fur going everywhere, you know, so. Probably press too hard then. Okay, that's one bit. I'll try here. So about 5 mil, 6 mil, is that quarter of an inch? I don't know. It's about that. Yeah, quarter of an inch. Let's say quarter of an inch. There we go. Awesome. I'll move this out of the way then. And so I'll be left with, look at that, both sides of the body. You can see I went, oh no, that's okay. So that there is the body fur. And obviously this now needs to be stuck. Stuck needs to be stitched together. Now I was just thinking, the reason why I said stuck is because I realise that not everyone has sewing machines and not everyone can do this. So, you know, a solution could be, in a sense, that you could use a hot glue gun and stick that on. Because fur is, you know, has got its own pile, if I use the hot glue gun, I could stick that on. Let's move it into the right position again, sorry. And I could then stick right the way down here and put the other bit on, like so. And in the past, what I do, because it's fur, you can put a line of glue right the way down here and then stick them together, like so, and it'll be stuck on, you know, literally, and then you can just fold over the glue on the inside. So if you haven't got a sewing machine, I reckon, seriously, I reckon you could probably get away with hot gluing the hot, you know, all of that, really, that body on together if you haven't got it there. So it's worth giving it a go. But we do have a sewing machine, so obviously I'm going to be using that. So when I do this, the fur again wants to go in one direction, so I try to get it away from the seam and then feed them in together. Again, when you're sewing, fur loves to move. So I can be sewing here, and by the time you get to the bottom, it's like up here somewhere because it's moved around so much. So it's worthwhile if you've got little clips to clip it in place around there so that the movement doesn't really happen. I'm going to go and do that quickly. There's no point in you seeing me sew on the sewing machine. And I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I don't know if you actually heard the sewing machine or whether you could actually hear that, but you would hear it sew for a little bit and then stop, and then sew for a little bit and then stop. And what I'm doing is I'll do maybe, I don't know, 2 inches, and then I'm poking the fur in between and then sewing again. Otherwise, all the fur will stick out, and then the seam is more noticeable. The other thing I do is I use quite a large stitch when I'm sewing the fur, because if I want to brush out the seam, I can actually pull out those bits of fur, I suppose, to hide the seam. So, so there it is. It's sewn together, and I just now turn that inside out. Like so. What a great colour. And then I put the foam body inside. So I squish it, fold it in half, and put it inside. Yeah, that is a great idea. You can pull the fur out with a needle, most definitely. And now what I do is I put my hands in, I just make sure it all fits. It's like a ham muff here, that now, isn't it? But there you go. So pull it around, and you can see I've got that overlap now up the top. And what I want to do is I want to put that overlap inside. And I want that stuck inside so you don't see an edge, and do the same on the back. There we go. So there we are. If that makes any sense. Apologise for my camera work. I'm trying to do it and show you at the same time. It's like I suddenly realise I'm doing this and I'm not showing you. Anyway, there we go. But and you can't see the seam. It's there somewhere. I know where it is, but there you are. It's pretty good, isn't it? So fur, I mean, this is the seam down here. Fur does actually hide so much, so yeah, it's great. So what I do now, and this is a bit messy, I have used hot glue before, but I ended up burning myself, so I stopped doing that. So what I do now, use contact adhesive, and what I do is I put contact adhesive along this edge here, and then contact adhesive on the fur edge, and then I just roll it in together. So it does get a bit messy, but it's either that or I have burnt hands, and I really don't like burnt hands. So there you go. So this is what I'll do. Sorry, I'll try to show you. It's a real skill in trying to show people how to do this, isn't it, on camera? It's like, you see people do this on TV all the time. I should have, this is one I prepared earlier, I think. And now I'm going to go along the fur. As you can see, it starts to get messy because the fur gets caught onto the different edges. Look, yeah, I think we're almost there. There we go. Wait for a little bit. Get a scrap of fleece to clean the nozzle off. And with fur, for some reason, I don't know why, but I don't normally wait that long. I like to fold it in when it's still relatively wet. feed it through. You can see there's the top, and now I'll do the same with the bottom. So same again, I'm going to try to show it as best as I can, but you do the foam first. Around the inside. First getting in the way so I can hardly see it myself anyway. I think I've done that bit already. Yeah, here we go. It's a bit I haven't done. Once the foam's coated, I then try to do the same with the fur. Now I've been going for maybe 2.5 hours now, so if I disappear all of a sudden, don't give up on me. I'm still here, I'm still going to be doing the build, so I'll try to then reconnect again later on. So I think TikTok kicked me off after an hour last time, so I'm still here. I'm still doing the whole build today, so certainly until 6 o'clock tonight for us, so keep holding on, we'll be there. And I think it's all covered. There we go. And strap. There we go. And again, it's not because I'm impatient now. I prefer this to be wet. Not sopping wet, but wet. So I fold it in at this stage and I put the fur onto the wet foam and feed it around. And you can now have a furry body. Look at that, that is great, isn't it? Love it. There you go. So I've put that one on its stand, and what do you think? Pretty alien-like, isn't it, I would say? Yeah, from outer space. So body done, really, so very happy with that. Okay, any questions so far? I'll have a quick rest. Thanks for the hearts and things. Awesome. Thank you very much. You love it. It's awesome. It's very encouraging. It's very, you know, you wonder whether you should do this or whether it's worthwhile doing, and it's quite difficult actually. Talking this amount of time, but yeah, it's great. I'm enjoying doing it, and as long as you're getting something out of it, I'm very happy too. Wow, lots of comments coming through. Appreciate for all that. I'm going to see if I can get the okay. How did I get started? Have said this before, but I was an engineer for a while. A friend and I decided to do some puppets for fun. I preferred not the performing, but the making, because I was an engineer, I think. And so that's what I started really, and then joined The Furry Fingers team probably about 10 years ago. So that's it in a nutshell, very, very, very quickly. So how long have I been making puppets? Wow, a long time. 20 years maybe. On and off. Seriously, probably for 15. Is there any puppet you would want to do if you had some free time? Oh, wow. Oh, what puppet would I like to do? I love, because of my engineering, I'd love to do sort of like a real animatronic-y type thing. I'd like to have like a robot or something puppet that when you walked into the shop it would talk to you, or something like that, or as people walk past the shop window it would follow their, it would turn its head to look at them, and that sort of thing. I'd love to do that sort of thing, but I know how to do it. It's just that I have no time left. It's a nightmare, really. The colours we're doing, someone's saying we're doing purple, and we're doing a multicolour, so that's why we're doing the green and the black. And someone's saying saving up so you can use one in the classroom. I mean, that's wonderful. Kids love puppets. Adults love. I mean, we all love puppets, don't we? Really, that's why we're here, I suppose. But yeah, really good. So awesome. Thanks for your comments. Really, really do appreciate the fact that you're out there and talking to me, and yeah, that it makes a big difference. Thanks. I did think that when I started this, I'd be just talking to myself. So here I am making a puppet for myself. Yeah. So, but it's great. There's people there too. So that's great. Thank you. Right. So my next task we're going to be doing is using this beautiful F3 fleece. So, what am I going to do first? There's one task I don't like doing and one task I don't mind doing. So I'm going to do the bit I don't like doing, I suppose, first. And that is just doing the hands. It's not my thing, but that's what I'm going to do. So let's show you how we do the hands here. So first of all, I work out which way the stretch is going. So is it going this way or this way? Which is the stretchiest way? Does it stretch more that way or that way when it stretches more this way? So I make sure the fabric is set up to go across then my desk. Yeah, you can see it's stretching quite a lot there, so that's good. And what I do then is I get my hand and I draw around my hand. But I don't just do the hand, I do the hand and the arm in one. So it'll become, I suppose, just the hand and arm together. I make sure the pen, see if it does work on there. Can I see it? As it dries out, does it disappear? Or I think we should be fine there. I might change, but we'll see. So this is really annoying. When you dye fleece, this curls up on the edge, and that really annoys me. So I lose a bit there, but yeah. Anyway, so what I do is I draw around the outside of the hands now. Now remember we did this with a foam earlier. And remember we had those two lines where it enabled me to know where the pocket was. Well, they're here again now. So there's one there and there's one there. Can I see that? I'm going to use the chalk, I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to use chalk. This is the chalk I used here earlier. I'm going to just snap it so I've got a sharp edge. This is probably where I should have had that silver pen. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm going to go around the edge. Great idea. I'm going to go off and get some silver pens. There we go. And mark where the pocket is. Flip it over and do the same again. Arms wise, we've done so many different ones. I used to use a pattern which I purchased online, I think, and the arms were very short and thick, whereas we've now developed our own, which we're much happier with. Remember we did these squares here as well, so I can, yeah, just roughly, I know where I'm going. So I normally have arms now which are about 30 mil thick, just over an inch. and I make them 25 mil long, 25 centimeters, 250 mil long, and 30 mil. There we go. And same again here. Someone says they get the crappy task over first too. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it is. It's just like, right, that's done. I can now have a bit more fun, you know. So there we go. So that's the hands sort of roughly marked out. So I'm going to cut around the outside. There we go. Let's roughly do that there. This is one of the tasks where I talk about flipping over the side, because you don't want two left hands or two right hands. I've done that so many times where I finish the task and it's like, oh no, I've made two left-handed arms. And because of the pockets, you can't just flip them over. It's like, oh no. So that's a real pain. So yeah, that's why take care when you're doing these things. The fabric works, certainly. The foam is not so important with the flips, but I put it in my head that I always flip now so that I don't get caught out. So there's the two hands. You can see one goes one way and one goes the other way. And so we want the other side of this now as well. So I'm now going to put that one there. And I've got a little tube here, so I'll put this one here, I think. Okay, I'm just doing it really quickly for you guys. I would normally spend a little bit more time on that, but you don't want to see me cutting out bits of fabric. So now I obviously put it the other way around, and here, and you'll see that one fits that one, and that one fits that. There we go. Okay, now what we do, and again there's no point showing you really, is I sew down to here and I stop at this point, and this is where my pocket is, which is where the handle will go, and then I'll start around here and I'll sew around this edge, go all the way down to here. This is also, I'll probably stop about there, actually saying that, probably about here. Because this is where I actually will squeeze the foam hand in, and then I'll do the same with this. So I'll sew around it, then I'll show me sort of having a battle trying to get the foam hand in. Okay, so I'll be back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll literally just be sewing these in. It's not the most interesting thing, so I'll see you in a minute. Hey, I'm back. Ah, dear. Right. Right, so what I do now is I've just sewn around the outside very, very quickly. It's not my best sewing, but again, I wanted to get back to you. I was half expecting to come back and for the stream to have finished again. It's like, oh, great. But yeah, so sew around the outside, and now I'm going to trim to that edge. I don't allow any seam allowance actually for this because it's quite a stretchy fabric. I just go straight to the line. I was just thinking that as I was sewing, I think, you know, I literally just go straight to the edge, and the foam is very stretchy, the fabric is stretchy, and so really it accommodates. It's fine. It all works fine. So I'm just going to again. It's difficult to do this when you're rushing, isn't it? Really, but I'm going to just go around the outside. I love to hear all of your ideas about colours and shades and ideas. And a lot of the time when you leave comments on the TikTok videos, I mean, I really do agree with what you're saying, but with the time that we have and the resources we have is very difficult. And you know, sometimes like we might roll for it to have ears. It's like, it just doesn't look right with ears, but the dice has said it's going to have ears, so we're going to put ears on this thing, you know. And that can be quite difficult at times. And as you said, you know, some of the colours would be great if it had this or it had that, and I totally agree with what you're saying. But we're limited to time and limited to what we're able to do. I wanted to this week to actually try to do some tie-dyeing with F3, and I don't know if it's possible, but I just haven't had time to do it. But watch this space. If I can do it, it'd be great. Imagine a tie-dyed F3 fabric, you know, with two different colours would be perfect, wouldn't it? Really. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it can be done. Hey, if anyone's done it, let me know. That'd be great. Someone said, "Can you put an order without relying on the dice?" Yeah, that's called the build your own section. So you can literally build your own completely if you want, or you can build. You can say, "I want the beastie head shape," or "I want Algon head shape," but the rest you can roll for. Or I definitely want it to be pink and green, but I don't care about what else it is. So yeah, that's called a build your own. So we introduced that earlier this year, and that's been really, really popular. So for that reason, because I fully understand, you might not all want a beastie, the Beast of Darkmoor type animals. So that makes a lot more sense. So yeah, you can do that. Someone said you've never caught a furry fingers live. No, that's because we don't do them very often. But watch this space. If this is successful, maybe we'll do more. That'd be cool. There we go. So I cut all around the outside. Well, not very well. Eek. Sorry. Eek. Sorry. And then what I need to do is turn these inside out. Someone said, I hope you guys do more. You're loving it. Well, thanks for that. Really do appreciate the fact that you do like this. That means a lot to us. Someone says it's freezing up. It's frozen. Can you let us know if it's improved? Kari said, hooray, is back. Are we back? Back in business, are we? Awesome, thank you. Let me know if it's going wrong, because I can't see that. I've got you on my iPad and I'm trying to film on my phone, and I really don't know what's going on. And I'm, so yeah, if you can, that'd be great. Just let me know what's happening, and I'll see if I can sort it out. So I'm gradually trying to turn these little hands inside out, look. So you can see the little fingers coming in. It's quite cute. And then the arm, I'm going to try to do the same with. So again, I use the same pens actually a lot of the time, just to poke through, just to get this to turn inside out. Whatever's available, actually, to be fair. Now, Cara, you've been here for hours. Have you been here right from the beginning? It's fantastic. Thanks so much for that. I really do appreciate that. Do you know the kind of head shape for a Gelfling? I mean, they are beautiful, aren't they? No, I don't know. It'd have to be its own separate little head, wouldn't it, really? Right. One little army. Turn inside out. Next one. We're getting there, guys. So, what got me into making puppets? Just my mate and I, we were just playing around, I think. We were just larking around and decided to make them, and then we were just playing around, to be fair. I was younger then. As I said, I was an engineer, loved it, loved mechanics and mechanisms and blinks and all that sort of stuff, and tried all sorts of things. So that's how I got into it, really, and it just continued from there. I love the making. So yes, that's really good. I did miss one there as well. Any advice on someone? Yeah, start with a kit, really. I would say start with a kit or a pattern. Watch things like this where people are making a puppet and say, think, you know what, I can sew way better than that guy, or that doesn't look too difficult. I'll have a go. And as I said, we're going to have patterns and kits available soon. So maybe don't use your scissors to do this, guys. That's a really stupid thing to do. Why am I showing you that? So yeah, get something and just find a really simple one to start off with. We make there hopefully will be a Gerbil one available soon, and that's probably a simple one to start off with, or a Snozzle+, which is quite a simple one to do. Or if not, find free patterns online. I'm sure there's lots you can find, and just have a go and use the ideas that I've given you, and see if you can find a free pattern and see if you can start that way. So yeah, there's. But kits will be available. Kits will be available soon. Honest, they will be. I'm sorry, kits will be available soon. Yeah. Yeah. So, how do the hand foams go in after sewing the arms? Yeah, that's the next bit. This is where we're going to struggle. This is where it's all going to go very interestingly. So here we go. So I'm going to get my hand foams, which are here now, and I'm going to now try to get these, which you can see are quite large, into something this small. But as I said, this squishes up, tiny, and this is stretchy. So it makes it, they sort of work together and it makes it into a really nice little hand. Before I do that, and I always forget to do that, before I do that, I've got to put in just one of these that I made earlier. Now this is one I made earlier. So remember, this is just polar fleece. I believe I make it about 13 centimeters, 13 centimeters long. I have a 13 centimeter square, and I then just spray it with glue and roll it up into a little tube. And then that gets put into this hole here. So great to see that you got one of our puppets last year. Is it Mike? I think I can see there, and you love him. So that's fantastic. Someone saying, how is South Wales treating you so far? Absolutely love South Wales. I tell you, absolutely adore it. So there's one, you can see here, one of the bones, can I call it? Stuffing of the arm. Now, as I said, I've used stuffing before, pillow stuffing and teddy bear stuffing and all that sort of stuff, but it can get really, it just doesn't look very nice. If you put too much in, it gets all bobbly. If it gets not enough, I don't know, I just didn't get on with it. So that's with my patent pending arm tubes. Anyway, so I put one of those in on each, and then let me see. Lumpy, yeah, thank you, Cara. Oh, I'm glad someone's got my back. Yeah, you're right. It's lumpy is the right word. I'm actually quite dyslexic, and so words sort of there you are. I sort of miss words. In one way, in my head, it says one thing, and then something else comes out, and I find it really difficult. So, Cara, you got my back. Love it. So, so there we go. So, 2 arm tubey bony type things, and now I'm going to have to squeeze this hand into this space. Now I've left a space here, and this is where I've got my my pocket for my sort of arm rod to go in there. So we've got to squeeze all of this in here. Some fabrics are a real pain to get in, I must admit, but this F3 isn't too bad. It really isn't too bad. When I say it's not too bad, this time it's going to go really wrong, isn't it? So I'm going to try to get it in camera for you, in shot. There we go. Fingies there. It's just this one here is being a bit of a pain. Now I do have something to help me pull this around. There we go. Put my finger in. Sometimes I'll use like a screwdriver or a pen or like a rod of some sort to actually push that around. Sorry, I'm keep on moving it to my body so I can get some leverage, and then realise that it's out of shot for you, isn't it? And then the last one here. Squeeze in. There you go. And go in between the fingers. And there, it needs a little bit more work, but you can see it managed to fit in. And this we will then pull around and sew in a minute anyway, so it won't look so bad. There you go. Thanks, Andy. It's okay, words are hard. They really are, that's true. Are we hiring for a storefront? We will be soon, but not yet. We're still trying to get our act together, trying to get the shop and work and everything at the same time. That's why, you know, we're behind on everything really. So yeah, we will be. We initially said, oh, our shop will be open in in May, and it's just no hope now. So, yeah, watch this space. Trying in jeans. Yeah, I reckon. There we go. I'm trying to squeeze this. This is the one which is always the problem. It's just trying to get that one in first, and then the rest sort of fall into place. Sometimes you do have to take it out and just try again, you know. I prefer not to make the pattern too big. You know, it's I don't want a seam allowance or anything else. I literally just want to squeeze it in so the fingers, I don't know, they're not baggy. No one wants baggy fingers. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm getting delirious and tired now. Coming up to 3 hours now, aren't we? Is Cara still here? And there we have 2 hands. There we go. Now, obviously, we need an arm bone to go at the top, so I'll put a bone at the top there and squeeze that one through, and do the same on the other arm as well. There we go. One arm, and the next. Absolutely, pink bones. Always got to have pink bones. To be fair, it's whatever I have most of in the back room. All right, so we now have arms and hands, but with these gaping wounds which don't really look so good. So this is the next step really, which we've now got to sew this up, but still leave this hole, because this is where the arm rod goes into that hole. Sometimes I'll make this a slightly different color, a slightly different shade of purple, or a slightly different something, just so that it's easier for the person that's bought the puppet or the person that's operating to know where the arm pocket's going to go. But yeah, excuse me. So I'm going to just put those in there. So what I'm going to do now is stitch those up. Now I use a button thread a lot. Now I don't know why. In a sense, I find that a lot of thread will snap, and when I'm trying to do like these important places, it snaps just at the wrong point. So I'll use a really good strong thread, and I'm able to do this. So this is a Gutermann button thread, I think it is. So this is what I'll use, and a close kind of black's fine. I don't know if you know the Henderson stitch at all, whether you've seen that before. I use a very poor example of it here, but I'll probably show you it later on if we do tutorials later on. I'll show you how we do it better later on, because it doesn't really matter what color thread you use, the thread disappears. So let's see if I can show what I'm doing here. So I'm going to go in here on the inside, and I'm going to go across the outside here on the other one. So I want to sew on the outside. Sorry, I'm pulling it to my body again, aren't I? I want to sew to the outside of that pocket, and so I want to keep that hole open. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and out here, and then in and out here on the same side. I know this is a different name as well. People sort of invent different names, don't they, for these things? But I go in and out there, and in and out. I don't know if you can see there. I'll try as best I can. It's very difficult with dark purple sort of fabric with a black thread. You're not going to see a lot, are you, really? But that's the whole idea, isn't it, really? You don't want to see this, do you? There you go. And then I'm going to go across the other side to close that gap. Again, I'm going to try to do it so you can see. And again, I'm going to go back the other way this time. There you go. Oh, that's good. Yeah, the hole in the hand is literally just so we can control the arm with the arm rods themselves. I know you can get some people use elastic bands and things around the wrist. Sorry, I keep on moving it. I'm really sorry. In here. Oops. So in and out on one side, and then in and out on the same side. So you're doing it on the same side, and it brings that fabric together. And like so, and then what I do is I poke that through right the way, and this is the most horrible thing ever, because normally when I push, that head goes into my finger. It's just horrible. So I've got to remember to get pliers. Use pliers this time. I'm on camera. There we go. And pull it through. And then I continue right the way up. There we go. Sorry. There we go. And then just finish like locking at the top. There we go. As you can see, with button thread I can pull really tight, and I'm not too worried. And now we have one hand with his little pink bones, with a pocket down the bottom where I can put my finger in that, but most importantly where I can put the arm rod, and I can now control the hand. There you go. Okay, so as always, we've got, unfortunately, two hands, so we're going to have to do the same again with the other hand. Hopefully if I can actually cut the thread. There you go. Okay, this is a typical British thing to say. Okay, what's the weather doing where you're all living? It's a beautiful day here today. The sun is shining, and it's still cold, but the sun's shining. It's I wonder what it's like everywhere else. What's happening? You have to talk whilst I sew this one up now. You've seen the first one. Someone's in Cardiff. Hey, not too far away. Random showers. Okay. Suffolk. Denmark. Hey. Some clouds. Lovely today. Nice. You're in Florida. It's really hot. Oh, man. One day. Switzerland. Oh, this is amazing to hear where all of you guys are from. I love it. Southern Ontario, Canada. Nice, 18 degrees. That sounds nice. Grey in Finland here. Beautiful. I love Finland. I went across to the Aulon Islands once. Something like that, I think it was. And had to do a talk to professors and doctors of robotics about puppets, how we make the inanimate puppets animated or something. It was great. Had a great holiday for one, literally for one lecture, which was fantastic. Sunny and hot in Alabama. Wow, guys, all over the world. This is incredible. Really did not expect this. It's fantastic. The arm pot, yeah, we put some little bones inside the arms, which we made out of polar fleece. Just making sure I'm not going to sew up the pocket myself now. I'm getting a bit carried away. So we did that. I think we can save this whole TikTok. I think. In which case we will just host it on our channel, and then you'll be able to go back and have a look to see the things that you might miss. So that's the idea anyway. I think in the future I might have it set up so we have it filming for both YouTube and for TikTok at the same time, but I really couldn't get my head around doing that today. So great, there we go. I'm talking and not concentrating, and the beauty of there we go. Let's just trim that there. There we go. Let's push this one through. Do I have a favourite puppet from Roll for Puppet? Oh man, I love King Louis. I really, really did. He was my persona, maybe. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I love King Louis. I think I love some of the crazy ones, really. So yeah, I do love the Borrids. You can have a lot of fun with their head shape and do a lot of things. So yeah, I did like those. There we go. Pulled too tight, but still it's fine. There we go. So we now have two hands, which have their pockets on the bottom and on the bottom here. And I normally at this stage bend their fingers so I can get them in the right place, because I don't want to attach them on the wrong side of the body. You can imagine if that one went over here, they'd all be wrong. So I normally bend them in the right place. Okay. Now then, to attach them to bodies, again, I have spent years trying to sort things out to get this working. Excuse me, let me just have a drink. There we go, thank you. So we need to attach these to the bodies. I've used things from doll joints. I've used methods which other puppet builders have done, where they've attached like a paracord from here to go right the way down through the arm, through the middle, and then they tie almost like a knot on the inside of the body. So it goes through the body and then they tie a knot. I've tried that. I didn't like any of those things really. Doll joints, not really. The problem is when I first started is that if you made a mistake, let's say you hot glued an eye on the head. So here's my head, and all of a sudden I thought, yeah, I'm going to, let's try another one. I'm going to hot glue an eye on here, and then you put it on, and then you make a mistake, it's gone the wrong way, or it's slightly out of focus, or one's up here, down there, and I've lost the other eye. Oh, excuse me. And one's up here, you know, obviously I'm over exaggerating it, but you do that, it's just like, oh man, it's stuck, that's it, I've made a mess. And so I was always looking for ways and systems so that if I make a mistake, I can change it so I don't ruin the whole puppet. And the same I've done with the actual arms as well. Not that you can get the arms wrong necessarily, but just that I like to be able to remove things and put them back on, or add things and put them back on. And so I developed a system, and it sounds like I developed a system, but it's very, very simple. All I've done is I 3D print washers, which are these. Excuse me. And then I use nuts, which I can put through those washers. And then basically I have a washer on the other side and a nut. And I forgot my nuts. I'll just go and get them. I'll be 2 seconds. So I'm back. And then, yeah, I have these plastic nuts. Now, a doll joint is very similar in a sense, but it's permanent. And if I want to dress a puppet, or I want to be able to do, you know, I don't know, certain things, I can just move the arms if I want to. I can just literally unscrew them and put them where I want them to go. And the same as with the eyes. The eyes, on the back of these, I put an insert. So these are obviously 3D printed, and then let me just pull the back out. There we go. I'll put this is an M6 insert. Just squeeze that one in. There we go. That's in the back, and now that will screw into the back of the eye. And you might have seen this when we're making these on TikTok. Us screwing these in, turning them around. It means to say that if we do get the eye in the wrong position, or the eye is slightly out of focus, with hot glue, if you stick that, that is it. But if it's slightly out of focus, you can now turn this to get it to focus exactly the right way where you want it to go. And that is really important. That if you get the focus wrong on the puppet's awful. Really, truly, truly is awful. And so it enables us to change things if we need to change them. And so the same as this is what I do with the arms. So literally here now, I will get one of these with a washer. I'll put it in behind, squeeze it through, get a blade carefully, and sorry, I'm not showing you again, am I? There we go. There you go. And we now have this system set up where I can bolt this into the body. Obviously sew that up in a minute. This is where I need to make sure that I've got them in the right place. go. Just roughly like that. Someone's asking about the foam. Yeah, we get our foam, we're in the UK, so we get our foam from a place called Pentonville Rubber. It's relatively expensive, I suppose, for a sheet of foam. We pay probably about £20 for a sheet of foam. But as far as I'm concerned, it's worth it. You know, it's worth the extra money because it is such a better quality foam, and seeing we do make so many, it's worthwhile. And here I am on camera trying to thread a needle, and it's not. Oh man, this is I learnt how to thread a needle from my grandmother years and years and years ago, and it works every time. It's fantastic until you're on camera, and then you'll find it never works. So all right, let's try this again. There we are. Let's see. Fine. Hi to everyone that's joining again. It's great to see you. Again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer it as best I can. All I'm doing now is I'm sewing up the shoulder, would you call it, of the puppet. And trying to remember to keep it in camera so you can see what I'm doing. So when we're not making puppets for TikTok, what do we normally do? It's normally custom jobs for clients. So they will, we're doing a job for a guy that wants a lookalike at the moment. We're doing a job for someone that wants a animatronic head, which blinks and moves his eyes around and all that sort of stuff. So we're doing that for someone at the moment. We are also doing another, I don't know what it's a human puppet anyway, but I don't know how you would explain it. But yeah, we're doing another human puppet for someone as well. So those are the types of things. People get in contact with us and say, hey guys, you know, could you make this please, you know, and we then talk it through. Sometimes, you know, we can, sometimes we can't, but we were hopefully working on a nice animatronic job for someone at the moment, with some big eyes, so that could be good. But I want to put some animatronic eyes in the front of our shop front, so that'd be good, on mounted on boxes, so it looks like the gifts have come to life. If I get time ever, you know. That's the idea. Just poking the bits in before I sew them up. I do apologise if you're looking at my sewing thinking, God, he's rubbish. It's like, it's very difficult to try to do this on camera as well and talk and not keep it to myself. So yeah, this is not really, I can do better, honest. There we go. There we are. So we now have 2 arm ends all sewn up, 2 arms, and they now need to be connected to our body. And this is done so simply now because of my patent pending thing is I'm going to try to show it. So I stick this where the bolt, there we go, goes into the body. I push through the body. I then, without cutting my hand, slice here, push through, put a washer, and put a nut, and you have one attached arm. And then you do the same again, just making sure it's in the right area, that's all. Do the same again, see if I can show you without going off camera. Oops. There we go, washer, and there we go. And he then, at this stage, can do his happy dance. Woo! But you can see they've got lovely movement because of that. With dull joints, they can sometimes they catch and you can't get a lot of movement. I could have done the arms a little bit better. You can see here the elbow. I would have liked it a little bit lower if I'd had time. But you can see there's a nice bend in the arm. It's not lumpy, thank you, Cara. And it's, yeah, I really do like the way that these little tubes, these little pink tubes, help so much in this puppet itself. And the purple and the green and the black, doesn't that go well? That is lovely. Really, really happy with that. Yeah, so there we go. So that's him. But that's not him, is it? Because that is just the beginning. So there we go, one arm rod. Let me just move this stuff out of the way. We'll be using those later. Put him to one side. Okay. Make a bit of space for myself again before I do the next thing. Okay, did I pick up all these colours and features? No, our Patreons did. So all week we've been asking the Patreons what they wanted. Did they want what shape head, what colours, what features, what everything, and they've decided all of this. So yeah, this is their doing. They wanted all of these things. So the only thing I had a choice was I had a dealer's choice in one of the features. So I decided, because this was a creature from outer space, I decided that I wanted it to have more eyes, because hey, why not? So yeah, that's cool. So our next part then is we're going to be working on the head. So there we go. Because of the beastie, I want to have a combination of the two. So yeah, Cara, you're right, it's sort of fleece on the head now. What I'm going to do is I think I'm going to have fleece onto the nose and under here, and then I think I want green and black there, I think. What do people think? Let me know before I start making a decision. So if you've got any other ideas, I'll be very happy. Okay, that's sounding good. Okay, that's great. Well, look, so that's what we're going to do. Awesome. So again, the fabric, it's very important that you know which way the fabric's going, the stretch. Because we want to be able to stretch the fabric to go over this shape. If there's no stretch, you're going to have seams and everything else. So you want it to be really stretched over without a seam, really, if you can. Sometimes I need a seam down here, but really that's what we want to do. That's the aim of this game, really, is to do it seamless. So I'm going to try to lean forward and grab him, but what I want to do is go around the edge of his mouth, like so, and stretch it over. That's what I want to do, okay? So if I have too much fabric, that makes it really difficult for me to do. So I'll just cut a little bit off, and then I'll be able to work on that. As long as it can get around the edge of my mouth, which it can, that's fine. I remember I said about this curling here, that's a real pain, so I am going to lose that, and I'm going to cut a straight line, because I need that to go around the edge of the mouth anyway. There we go. Okay, now getting the fabric to go around the mouth plate is one of the things puppet builders sort of always aim to get as clean as possible. If I was looking at a puppet, let's say on TV, or I was looking for a puppet on Instagram or something, it's really sad, but you would zoom in to see how clean the fabric was around this mouth. And if it's messy, you think, oh, you know, oh well, okay. So you try to get it as clean as possible. You don't want, you know, over exaggeration, but bits missing like this. You know, it needs to be uniform, and it needs to look really nice going around the edge of the mouth. Showing you really badly here, but that sort of thing there, look. Okay, so that's really important that you do that. This takes a lot of practice, so I'll try to show you a way to do this that will help you when you're doing yours, but it does take a while to get right, okay? So first of all, I glue the fabric, and I glue around the outside of the mouth. So, gluing the fabric. Don't glue right on the edge. I'm going to get my piece of card again just in case. When you're gluing, you need to glue about 1/2 inch, centimetre away from the edge, and then with your stick move it towards the edge. I hope I was able to show you that. There you go. All right, that's very important. If you put on too much glue, you'll have glue going over the edge, and then that'll just look really messy. On here now, it's going to be a bit brutal, but you bent his bottom jaw back. You want to glue along that line where the wood was. Take your time. Okay, let's do the other side. Okay, and now we know we've got enough glue there. We go on top of the fleece really carefully. This is where having this bottle is really great, because you can have so much more controlling where that goes. And now with the stick, go around the edge And I probably have, oh man, about 1/4 inch of glue going over onto the felt as well. You can see in certain places there probably isn't enough. Take care, you can mess it up big time at this stage. Just, you don't want too much, because if you see a white mark afterwards, that's not good. You don't want to see that. Okay, leave that to dry just for a little bit, not too long. I don't like to leave, when it's fabric on fabric like this, I don't like to leave it until it's touch dry. No, it's still too wet. You can see it pulling away, look. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Just to reiterate, we use contact adhesive, if you're asking. And where do we buy our supplies? It depends really, all over the place. Eyes and things, obviously we print ourselves. Teeth, horns, we all print ourselves. Fabric we get from America. Furs we managed to get into from the UK, from Bear Making Supplies, I think it is. Mohair Bear Making Supplies. Right, that's dry enough now. So here we go. I find the middle of this, just to make sure. So it's in the middle. And I now line it up so it goes slightly over that white glue. Slightly, I mean we're talking a millimetre. And I hold that top and I stretch it down the side of that mouth. Does that make sense there? I'll do it with the other one. Hopefully you can see on camera. So there, I'm holding it in the middle and I'm pulling around onto there. And there we have, hopefully, there we are, quite a tidy mouth, look. Okay. What do you think? Okay, now what we need to do is we want this to fit the snout, okay? So because this is very stretchy, hopefully we'll be able to manipulate this so I don't need a seam on it. I might need a seam, that's fine. It is F3, so if it is, that's fine, you won't see it. In fact, I might put one in there anyway so you can see it. Right, so I'm making a pretty obvious shape there, which I'm going to cut down. Okay, so I'm going to cut around. We've got the marker here in the center of the head, so that's where I want it to go. And I'm going to slice down. Slice down the middle. Just adjust it a little bit there. There we go. You can see it's bunched up there, so I need to trim that back a bit. So at this stage, what I'll probably do is I'll put a bit of glue here. And mark where I want that to go. You can see I've now got a mark there. Put a little bit more glue on. Yeah. Just wait for a minute for that one to go off. So I can stretch it into place so I can then make sure the cut's in the right place. Okay. So it's quite tidy. Tidy there, tidy there. Right, this one's being a bit of a pain. So I want to bring it around. Do the same again. See where it marked. There we go. Yeah, someone said, what's my favourite puppet from Rolf and Puppet? And I think we said this earlier, but it has to be Lewis, I think. Any of the Borrids, I just love the Borrids. I don't know if that says something about me. So as I said, I would normally stretch this all the way around and I wouldn't have a seam going down the middle. That's what I would normally do. But today I'm doing it slightly different just to show you the fact that with F3 it doesn't matter. This is where I do my sewing and it's not going to work. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Right. Looking good. Yeah, looking tidy. Let's trim that. There we go. Now, I'm not the best hand sewer in the team, but it'll still give you an idea. Okay, so there's quite some gap there now, look. Which is what I want. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to use a thinner thread. So I'm going to use a red. Yeah. So you think that's crazy. So I said, what we're going to do with the puppet when it's done? Well, it's going to be a giveaway. It's going to be a giveaway to see. Basically, if you sign up to our YouTube channel, where we're going to put our tutorials and things anyway, then it'll be like, we'll select you from the list type thing. So yeah, we're not keeping this one. Right. So you can see it's bright red now. I'm glad your nephew loves the Gerbil. That's fantastic. They are such characters, aren't they? Have a lot of fun doing them. So I'm just going to lock that one into place. You can see how crazy a difference in colour it is, really. And very carefully now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do it on camera. So do this again. So you literally go in where the needle came out, go back in and go through on the same side. Can you see? So it's gone in there and out that side, and then we're going to go back again and put it around. As I said, I'm not the best hand sewer in the team. There are some people here who are fantastic who will be now swearing if they see me do this, but yeah. But you can see the general idea of what we do. And even though it's bright red, the thread, that's it there, look. I started down there, and here I am now. I mean, how awesome is that, huh? And that's not because of me, that's because of the stitch and the fabric. The fabric is wonderful. So that's what I mean. If I was doing this with Nyla fleece, it just wouldn't be the same. You'd see it all bunching up and everything else, whereas this is just fabulous. I love it. It's such a great fabric. Some say it's a ladder stitch. I don't know. It's a stitch. I think it's got different names. I think some people at one point called it a Henson stitch, but I don't think it's a true Henson stitch. I've heard, yeah, all sorts, but I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Steph asks how the new shop is. It's just wonderful. I just wish we had time to do stuff in it. It's gonna be awesome. I'm so excited about it. But we just haven't had time to. I'm sorry, I'm out of camera again. When I stitch, I like to stitch next to my body, and yeah, sorry. Yeah, we just haven't had time to work in it as such, and that's frustrating. But it's going to be great. It's going to be really, really good. Very excited. The other problem is if you start sewing your glue, that's yeah, that's when we all start swearing, because you have to then go. The needle has to go through the glue as well as the fabric, and yeah, that never goes well. Right, I'm going to have to pick this up nearer me so I can push it through. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Just lock it off at the top. So, bright red thread on this fabric. But look at that. How amazing is that? And that's just, this fabric is beautiful. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes if you've got a puppet you want to do and you want to make and it's really special to you, it's worth just paying out. And then that's the inside of the mouth. Remember I was talking about the fact we all look at that. It could be pressed down a little bit, but nice and clean, and you wouldn't know there was a seam there really, would you? You can pick them out afterwards. So if you think, wait a minute, I can see something, you can go around and you can just pick out with a needle, but a lot of the time don't even need to do that. So there's his snout. needs to do his chin. Let's do this in one go rather than doing a stitch. Let's see if I can find the stretch again. There we go. And out. I'm going to have to go through here, I think. There we go. Move that to one side. So same again. So I move it around, and there we go. So what we do is we glue to the edge and sweep in, and then we glue along the line, smooth it off, open it up, and tiny amount then excuse me, tiny amount then on the mouth plate itself. Let's try this again. Make sure the glue's clean. There we go. So, go on the edge. Thanks guys for subscribing to us on YouTube already. That's amazing. Love that. Really appreciate that. Appreciate your, in fact, really appreciate all the people that are sending like hearts and things. You know, it's incredible. Really do. It's you know, fantastic. Thank you so much. So going on the edge. Take care, don't rush. All right, and then the tricky bit, going along here. Okay, and new stick. Take care. Try to breathe when you're doing it. Don't hold your breath, like I've just been doing. There we go. All right, and then let that dry just for a moment. Sometimes put it back on its stand so it's out of the way. Okay, so almost there. We're coming up to 4 hours now. Has anyone been with me from the beginning? Right, almost dry. Remember what I do, so touch. You almost feel it cold, I suppose. Cara's still there, yay! Right, and now, again, I'm going to try to get this onto the middle. Should have folded it in half first so I know where the middle is. There's the middle. There we go. Put the middle on and stretch around. it down and stretch around. There we go. So we've now got a really nice, clean inside of the mouth. If there was white glue here now, that wouldn't obviously be very nice. So you can see, look at that coming together. It looks lovely. Because the chin's so much shorter, should be able to now just trim this to suit. Okay, try to keep it in view for you guys. That's fine. And what I do here is I now, on the bottom of the chin, put some glue in. And again, stretch so I know where the glue is. Turn it inside out and I can then see where the glue marks are. So I could add a little bit extra if I need to. So if I was doing another one of these, what puppet would you like to see? Or would you want the patrons to roll for it all over again? That'd be cool. I think they did a good job. Some of you have been here for hours. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. 2 hours, and since you've been all sorts. Amazing. Incredible. Thank you. A giant head. Yeah, I really do like the giant head. It's funny you should say that. I do like that. So dino head, yeah, it's cool, but the giant, you can do a lot with that. So I think that would be one of my faves. Just waiting for this to dry again before I get impatient, as you can imagine. So you just do this and you think, oh, it'll be fine. And you do it too early and it never works out right. So, yeah. No one getting tired, I almost drank the glue then. That was really good, Charlotte. Yeah, that's great. What sort of roast are you having today? You're doing crochet. What are you crocheting? Yeah, sounds like a plan. A nice roast, watching someone build a puppet. I mean, is there a better way to spend your Sunday? Oh dear. I think that's fine. So I now will stretch that and stick as I stretch. This is what I could have done with the front, but I wanted to show you the fact that F3 is the most amazing fabric ever invented. It's amazing. I love it. So I'm stretching and pulling and stretching and pulling until I don't have a seam there. That's fine. I'll trim that in a second. So just trim around the edge there. And there he is. Yeah, that's pretty good, pretty tidy, isn't it? Yeah, very good, like that. Okay. I could probably connect that to that and that to that, so we don't have a problem there with the mouth. And then we will fur him up, I reckon. So let's just connect those two together. A wooden grasshopper, that is awesome. I'd like to make a grasshopper actually. They're great characters, aren't they? They really do look space age themselves. Right, so I'm going to just connect these two up here, so we don't have the corners of the mouths. There we are. Use the same stitch again. I could glue it. I think it's just be tidier if I could sew it. Yay! Yeah, I can. It's okay. Don't panic, anyone. There we go. That's better. No, just pull it all together. So I'm saying how long does the puppet process usually take? Between 6 and 8 hours, I suppose. But some a lot longer. You know, depending on the complexity, they can take. I've made puppets which taken me a month. So, but these ones for TikTok normally take between 6 and 8 hours. I think we've worked out this is called a ladder stitch. Then, have we? Is that right? Is that right, Jennifer? Yeah, because they're fantastic, aren't they? And with the fabric, anyway, the fabric really helps. So. I'm stitching it close to my body again. I'm sorry. Now I'm worried because you make dolls and bears, and your skill level is it's obviously very good. Especially like I love it when you see. We've got a friend who makes bears, and she does incredible work. Different skills, I suppose. Let's just finish this up. Yeah, happy with that. Right, and now, there we go. Happy with that. And because I've got the grips, you can't, I don't know if you can see inside now, but you can put your hand in and grip, and it's so much easier because we had the straps and the little grips in there, which we did earlier. So that's cool. So there he is so far. And if that went on there, it's looking pretty cool. But I want to connect this to this. I want some sort of connection. So that's where I'll now bring the green and black, I think, from here onto the head to, I don't know, connect the two, I suppose, if you can call it that. So, excuse me. Back to the fur. I'm going to see if I can get some fur over here. So, do you think the fur should go forward, okay, or the fur should go back? You know, do you know what I mean? So, should it go forward like over his eyes type situation, or should it go back and slicks away from his head? What do you think, people? I'll just cut a slice off and then we can decide. Right, so someone's saying back, someone's saying forward. So let's see. So this would be, is that side parting? Yeah. Right, that's going down. So that would be it. Going forward. And then it going back. Thinking back. Yeah. Looks like a shaggy dog this way, doesn't it? I do like the look of that though. Looks very Fraggle-esque, doesn't it, with this? It's actually quite difficult to know which way this fur is going as well, because it can change direction so easily. You can actually change direction of the fur with a hairdryer with a bit of heat. Not too much heat because you will melt it, but you can actually change the direction. So if you do make a mistake, you can actually put a bit of hairdryer on there, redo it. But so this one's really difficult to know which way it is going. I think it does go that way, but yeah. Messy hair, yeah. See, I do like messy hair. Yeah. Let me just see if we put an eye on there quickly. We can put an eye over the hair. Hmm. Maybe let's get two more eyes. So I want to go more eyes. Almost along that purple line. What do you think? Yeah, I quite like that. I think I'm going to do that. So we're saying we could put those on, and then put the. I think I'm going to have to put the. Who said I needed more purple? Someone said I needed more purple. I think you're right. Because if I had a little bit more purple, it's too late now. I haven't got enough. Sorry. If I had a little bit more purple, I could have had purple going all the way up to here, and then the eyes would have been great, wouldn't they? I would have really liked that. But yeah, needs must. Yeah. If we had purple going all the way up to that line, then we could add a line, and then the hair could have been up there. That would have looked awesome. Hey ho. Well, we didn't, so. Yeah, I'm just worried about the stitch line. If I did that, if I added more purple here, I'd then have to stitch all the way along there. Oh, guys, what do you reckon? I'm not sure I want just fur like this, and then I put. What do you think? Obviously better than that. I could do 2 eyes and rods. It's a lot of work, and to be fair, I don't want to. Is that being really bad? I like the idea. I mean, when I was thinking Alien, it's like, look at that, that's 3. That's cool. I was thinking that, but. I could do purple eyelids, that's true. That would work really well. Yeah, I think that's true. Good morning from Wisconsin. Brilliant. Hi. Yeah, I think maybe, let's say I did that and then I added purple eyelids. Do you prefer that, or do you prefer it all in a line? I'm thinking a line. Yeah, line with purple eyelids. I think you're right. Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing then. Okay. Right then, guys. Whew. Thanks for your help, though. It's great to be able to talk to people and work out what we all think. So, yeah, I like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue all along here, glue all along there, stick it together, and then I'm going to use the hot glue gun. So I'm going to turn that one back on. I like using the hot glue gun with fur for hiding seams. Remember when I was talking about on the body, how that you can hide, you could have literally stuck the fur on because you can hide the seams. I like to do that a lot here as well. So I'm going to use glue to go along the edge now of this head. There you go, quite a lot of glue. Problem is, when you use a lot of glue, you've got to wait a long time. So just remember that, me, not to be impatient. Cool, right, that's fine on there. And then on here, I even do the same here, is I put the glue away from the edge and then sweep it to the edge. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you can use a hairdryer to speed it up. There is a slight problem with using a hairdryer, and that is, as you use heat, it will basically, it can make the joints that you've already done on the foam weaker. So you've got to be careful not to use it too much. But yeah, you can. I've used it in the past when I'm like desperate to speed things up. But yeah, I tend not to. I tend not to. Right, I think, oh no, it's still wet. Remember I told you when you put a lot down, it takes longer to dry, and you should use a hairdryer. Yeah. No, it's still a bit wet, it's still a bit damp. Hi, Cara, you're back? Is it Cara? Cara. Hi, Cara. Right. Impatience has taken over. I'm going to go for it. So, fold it in half again. And I'm going to start in the middle. And then stretch it down the side of his head. So start in the middle and stretch it down the side of his head. And I'm going to smooth his hair back away from the edge so you can see. So you can see this line here now. Just wait for it to dry a little bit more, but that's pretty good. Certainly looks like alien now, doesn't it? love it. Yeah, it's looking great. So what I want to do is, again, I don't like seeing this line. It sort of almost makes it look as though it's a puppet. And of course, we're not making a puppet here. I want it to look natural, and no one or creature has this naturally along their forehead. So what I like to do is I put in hot glue around here, and then I take the first line and I just sort of squeeze it over the top, and it then gets rid of that line. So I use that a lot on seams, and I use the hot glue gun for that. I think you can use contact adhesive. I just like to use the hot glue for that way. I suppose we all have different things we like to use, so that's what I'd use there. So I think my glue gun's hot. It is hot enough now. So bit by bit by bit. So start in the middle. And push it over the top. There, and push it over the top. Start this end this time. Put my hand inside to help with that. Sometimes you need to go back, so here I need to go back a little bit more, I think. Hopefully you can see the effect we get now, and we don't get that white line so much. It is a case of going back and doing it until you are happy with the effect. Good there. Still a bit here. Almost there, I think. There. You can see it's now got rid of that, oops, if you wait for it to dry, as always. But it does make a huge difference, you're right. It's just such a great little trick. I used to hate hot glue guns because they burnt me all the time. But now I use them for certain things, and it is a great tool if you use it in certain situations. Yeah, so that's cool, isn't it? What do you think? So obviously his hair is a bit long back here, so we need to get it to fit him. Again, it's a very simple task of bringing it around to get it to where you want it to go, trimming around, and getting rid of this big bit in the middle. So you can do this with a hot glue gun or with contact adhesive. Contact. I almost went for it, you know. Will it have a nose? Yeah, it's got nose, horns, and double eyes. I've dug out two noses. We'll have a look at in a minute. 3D printed ones. I think we're going to have this done by 6, aren't we? That's it. Yeah, I reckon. Again, I put a lot of contact, so I'm going to have to wait now for a bit. Yeah, so I didn't assign the personality. This is all done by the Patreons, but they wanted it to be from outer space. I don't think this one will have a... it's just, yeah, from outer space. Patience. Patience. Also, I'm waiting, I'll just dig the backs out of these eyes that we'll be using later. And again, you know, we were talking about, did we want the eyes to go across in one line, or did we want them to be, you know, in a V shape or whatever? Well, with this system, you can change your mind. You know, you could put them in one line and then think, that really doesn't work, that looks rubbish, you know. And because you've got fur there, you're not going to see any hole you've made. There'll be a tiny hole anyway, and so we could change it if we wanted to. So we could look at it and think, you know what, let's try something else. I know you would pin things in place first of all, but it's just a great saver in a sense, you know. Right, let's see if that one can go up there. Into there. And just trim this away. I love this in scent. Okay, thoughts, people. Is it just me, or do you think that'd be really cool, like a ponytail? Okay, good. It's not just me. I need to get a hairband. I've got some here. I know I have. I've got some hairbands. And we don't normally make puppets with long hair. We normally would buy a wig, because it's just so much easier, really. So I don't normally make long hair. But yeah, I haven't. I don't think I've done this before. You're right. So apart from like with real hair with a wig before, but yeah, there's a real laugh, isn't it? It's different. It would be great if I knew how to do it. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm back. What are we thinking? Oh, man, that's awesome. Yeah, I've never done this before, so that's a bit of fun. My concern is we've got this, and I hate to see like fabric that's exposed. So what I'm going to have to do is almost stick it together, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Um, so that's where I'm at now. So I'm probably going to go and use the hot glue gun on this and hope I don't burn myself to death. And do it bit by bit, I think. So bit by bit, and then use my seam hiding. Okay. Then we've got this tube here. So glue the side like I've just done. Yeah, and just go around the outside and pull it together with a thread. And then at the same time say stay together or else. I think you're right there. Yeah, I'm going to get some button thread. I think you're right. It's funny how that some puppets just develop. When I started this morning, I had no idea that that's what it would look like. You know, it's just as you start working together, it looks great, doesn't it? This is a group puppet build. So here I am at the top now, and right, I'm going to do really sort of loose, large stitches. Like so. Until we get round to the other side. You're right, building puppets can be tons of fun. It really seriously can. You can just let your imagination go, you know, and if you're you want to do those things, it's a lot of fun. Right, here I am, I'm back to the beginning, and what I'm going to do now is pull and bring it all together like so. So you're right, we don't have any ends there whatsoever. Just going to lock that off. What a brilliant idea. You're full of great ideas today. Just show you. One more maybe. There we go. And then how can I show this? That is fantastic, isn't it? Love it. What brilliant ideas. Thank you. And that then, on the body, it'd be great if I could show you on the camera. See it better back here, better here. Anyway, yeah, it's difficult to show on a camera when I've got it on a tripod, but anyway, that's roughly that there. Now, before we put on the features, which would be lovely, I mean, that's the exciting part. You think, yeah, that's it, now let's go and put features on and finish this puppet. Yes! Awesome. What we need to do is enable us to have the head stuck to the body. Because at the moment, the head's separate and it won't stick anywhere. So what we need to do is take the head off, and we need to look at this gap here, which is this space here. And what I want to do is I want to create a tube which fits there, that goes down through the body, and then you can put your arm through. It's got a, surprisingly enough, a body tube, and they're used throughout puppet making. More of the professional puppets have that for a couple of reasons. One is you've got far more movement if the head is not connected to the body. If it's connected to the body, it's literally, you've got very little movement. If it's not, you can literally rotate it wherever you want to rotate it. So that's one thing which is really good. Other thing is when you're dressing puppets and things, just take the head off, put the clothing on, and then put the head back on. That's how all Fraggles are made, and if it's good enough for a Fraggle, it's good enough for us. So we measure that first of all. Need to get a top quality tape measure here, and just measure the inside gap. So okay. So it's about 20, which would be about 40. So I need a piece of fabric which is about 40 wide. And I like to keep it in the same colour as the puppet we've been using. So just so happens we have this left over, which is perfect. And it needs to be long enough to go through the body as well. So that's fine. Let's draw this. I'm now beginning to lose everything I put down. Let's mark off middle. say. There, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that. There we go. So let's move all this out of the way. We'll need this for the eyelids later on, won't we? Yeah, so now we need to make a tube, which will then go in here, and then we'll go through the body, like so. Yeah, does that make sense? It will, it will. So let me just quickly sew this tube up, and then I'll show you the next stage. Be right back. I'm back. It's okay. Right. Just have a quick drink. Right, I've just missed something. Someone said, is it easier to use a blade like they use for quilting? What bit for? Sorry, I might have missed that bit of conversation. Probably is, yeah. It'd be great to learn new stuff as well myself. I'd love to learn. Right, this here then, I want to put inside the head, like so. Yeah, surprise, surprise, we use glue, and I'm going to glue that just inside there. Okay, so that's my first task. So I'm going to glue the inside of the foam first, and normally do the foam first because it normally takes longer to dry. That's part of the reason. Just go around here. Got someone whistling looking in the window at the moment. Okay. Right, and then on here, just need to put a little line. There you go, just a little bit. Keep that on my arm until it goes off. I'd love to go to the Netherlands. That'd be great. Right, just waiting for this to dry. As always, my life spent waiting for glue to dry. Right, it's got to be there. Yeah, we're there. We're okay. That's fine. So I'm going to line up the seam here at the back with the back of the head, basically, and then feed it around. Even though I measure this, I always seem to get the measurements wrong. I don't know what it is, but let's see if we can. Perfect this time, because you're watching. It's fine. So this will this will fall out when you pull. There you go, that's better. That's better. Right. So you can see it's all attached there now. You can see there's gaps. Oops. Here, okay, and here. And this doesn't look very tidy, does it, at all, you know? Well, that's the next step, okay, so don't panic. But it's glued in place, and the glue is literally just almost like a hold. It's just to hold it in place whilst I stitch it. And I stitch again with button thread, and quite large stitches, but it's just all held then together. I pull it together, and it's not going to fall apart. The head's not going to fall off, which is you know, quite important when you think about it. You don't want the head falling off, so that's cool. And then once we've done that, we can start playing around with features. So we're coming up to 5 hours, guys. My goodness me, this is... I'm not sure if time has flown for you guys or not, but it certainly has for me. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm always... But at this time, I'm always excited for the features as well. Initially, it's like, oh, no, this is great. I'm enjoying doing this. And then it gets near the end, it's like, I just want to see what this guy's going to turn out like, you know? So... I normally start one end of the, whoop, there he is, one end, and then I go right the way around the front of the puppet first. Again, I do a similar sort of stitch as I've been doing before, ladder and whatever things people have been calling it. Normally do that and try to pull the whole thing together really. So nice big stitches with the button thread or strong thread. Fur always wants to get caught up in this as well. It's like, yay, you want to stitch? Yeah, I want to be involved in that too. So it can be a bit of a pain. There we go. That was the fur getting involved. Can you see? Yeah, ish. I'll have to pull the fur out afterwards. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if you remember, I stuck that chin down very nicely with glue, which is great. It's what I wanted. It's what I still would have done. You know, I do it every time. Yeah, I'm picking the fur out. So I stuck it down with glue, which is perfect. But it does mean to say, when you put the needle through, you are pushing the needle through fur and fleece and yeah, it can slip, and if it slips, it goes into your finger, and that's not very pleasant. So, if all of a sudden you hear me scream or swear or something, that's what's happened. You've been watching since 12:20. It's amazing. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. You'll have the feature soon. I need to change the view so you can see the whole puppet in a minute, don't I? Because it's difficult for me to show the whole thing. Right, just sewing up this other bit on the other side. What I like to do then is I put a couple of like stopper knots things, I don't know if that's what you call them, there as well. And then I'll carry on sewing, but it just stops. Sometimes you have the effect of, like I did with the ponytail, where it just almost want to sort of reduce the neck size, you know, so I stop it all here so it can't do that. I don't know if I'm making sense there at all, but you know, with the ponytail where I did those stitches, loose stitches, and then pulled tight, and then it made it all go in together really tight. I've done that before with these neck sleeves, but though the stitching is quite tight, when you pull and when you put your hand in, it's all been reduced. All the whole, you know, the space has got a lot smaller. So I've now learned I do either side of the head, and then stop it off, and then carry on. So it can't do that. And I'm going to sew along the back of the neck as well to bring that all together. So I don't like to see foam. Again, you lose the magic of the fact that this isn't alive. This is something that's been made, and this obviously hasn't been made. Yeah, I've seen that. I've never used it before, pulling the thread through beeswax. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, you're coming up with great ideas today. Thank you. I've seen it. I've never used it. Obviously, it does something because it's there for sale. At this point, you can probably see. Oh yeah, I can see he was an engineer, not a seamstress. Yeah. Give me a pop rivet gun. We're getting there. We're getting there. This was a role the Patreons all decided what they wanted this puppet to be. So, is it a build your own? Is a Patreon build their own? Yeah. So they decided all the features, the colours, and everything else. And so this is why it looks like it does. So yeah. There we go, gone all the way around. So the head is attached now to a tube. There you go. There you go. All right. So that now goes inside the body. Like so. Let me pull it out the other side. Like that. Now some people just leave it like that. I don't like that. So what I do is I now fold that over, the other way around, but I fold that over and I put dress boning in this, which makes it sort of keep its shape and stop it from going back through the body. Okay, so what I'll do then is, so this is the dress boning I use, like this, like a selection of it, and that goes around the bottom of the body. So let me, bottom of the tube. Okay, so I just literally sew in a tube for it to go in. So I roughly work out how big I want it to go, about that big, cut it with scissors. It's horrible to cut, isn't it, really? And then I will fold this over, like so, and then thread that in. So I'm just going to sew that on the machine and I'll be back. That's the tube sewn in, and now what I need to do is thread the boning in into the bottom. There we go. And think about the size. Obviously it's quite stretchy, so I can, you know, stretch it to suit if I wanted to. I don't want it the bottom too big. Let's just push it through again. There we go. So I think about there, that'd be cool. Let's got the scissors. There we go. And then I use a bit of tape. And tape those together. And slip it back inside. And then I'll just go and I'll just sew this bit up for you again, so it's all sealed, so you can't see that then. Okay, one dangling puppet, and I now put that inside the body and pull that out, and you'll see that there we go, it holds it all in place, look. Okay, so she now, or he, whatever we decide, is all in one place, but you can remove the head then or do whatever you need to do. So there we are. Ooh, what do you think? We're getting there, aren't we? Awesome. Right, okay, we've got eyes, we've got nose, we've got horns. That's it. Seriously, that's it. We're almost there, guys. It's 5 o'clock, we've got an hour. Well, we'll do it in under an hour. I can go home early. Is that okay? There we go. So, bit of a brush, side parting, I think. Little hair bun. This is so cute. Never done this before. Really, really cute. So, what should we do first? Eyes, nose, horns? What do you want? 2-minute break. Wait a second. You decide. Right, where are we at? So eyes, and people saying eyes, yeah, I'm thinking eyes as well, you know. I was reaching across the iPad there, but yeah, I think you're right. Eyes might be the way to go. I've got some irises. I've only got 2, so I need to go and get some more. These are called Galaxy, which I thought would be quite suitable for the puppet. What do you think? quite like those. So I'm going to go and get some more galaxies, I think. Or Vaders. No, they're called Vaders. It's all right. Okay, managed to find some more. So let's stick those in and then go from there. I would do if I could find my glue. I normally use a super glue for this. Yeah, so just a normal super glue. Blowing off all the dust. Yeah, two different colours. What would you say? What other colour would you like with it? So we got those two. Would it look weird if they are... I won't glue these, we'll just put them in place. Look. So the middle ones are glued. Green, green, yeah, green. Okay, see if I can find a green. I'll be back. Okay, now you've got to decide. So I've got one which is like a purpley colour or the green colour. Obviously I've got both. But what do you think? Still green? Yeah, I do like the green. Yeah, green. Like that look? Let's have a look. Will it get lost in the green fur? No, because you've got the white eye there, haven't you? Difficult though, isn't it? One more minute for you to decide. You like it? Green. Okay, we're going green. Okay, here we go. Can't change your mind now. So, do we have the green in the middle or green on the outside? That's the next thing. Do you like it like that? Or should it be like that? Green on the outside, yeah? Like that? Yeah, I think so. Outside, okay. So this is where I use my system here, look, and get these, and we've got 4 bolts, yeah, and these might not be glued in quite yet, but I can still go for it. I'll take the head off the body. Put the body to one side, and then what I do is I normally line these up. Get myself a blade ready. Okay, and I get this, put it inside, and work out where the first one is going to go. So I'm going to look at it, I'm afraid, not at you for the minute. So I think I'm going to put it there. We can change it, so don't panic. And then I've got to cut through fur, fleece, and foam. You can imagine if you're doing this with normal systems, it just doesn't work, but my patent pending, there's no patent pending. Let's just put that in there for the minute. Again, I'm going to look at the puppet, not at you, I'm afraid. I need to get this in the right position. Whoa, there's a lot to get through. Right, through. Okay, with puppets, it's very important with the focus. And so many people have the eyes pointing straight ahead, and if you do that, if they look straight ahead, like so, they look awful. So what you always have to do is make sure they look slightly cross-eyed. In fact, they normally focus to the end of the nose. And you can see already how that's improved. Okay, so that's a bit of a tip really. If you have them looking straight ahead, the puppet will never come alive. It will always look dead, so it has no character or whatever. So yeah, it's important. Let's just get some of this underneath so we don't lose the eye. Okay. So this is where, again, if you were using hot glue, you couldn't rotate. It's once it's there, it's there. It's like, oh no, I really messed that up, which I've done so many times in the past. And if you think, oh, they could be slightly closer together or further apart, you can't when it's on hot glue. So right, let's put the next one in, and I'm going to try to, again, look at this, I'm afraid, not at you, not the camera. it goes. And the last. There we go, I think so. There we go. And there we go. So this one here, I don't think is looking in the right place. So you need to focus a little bit more. But a bit of fun there, isn't it? A lot more fun. Now, we want eyelids on these, we said, so I haven't screwed them in really tight because of that. I normally just put them in roughly, really, I suppose. So what sort do you want to, like just a normal straight across eyelid? Like so. Slightly sleepy on the outsides. I quite like that actually. Got the pencil. Sleepy is cute. Sleepy's always cute. So I feel now. So Sleepy is a great idea. So what I do is I normally do one, and then I know I can match the others. And then probably what I'm going to do is, because it's coming across, I'm probably going to match that line so that they all seem to be in line. Do you know what I mean? So this one here comes to here, so that one there is going to come across as well, and then that one will match there, and so they'll all match each other. So I think that's what I'm going to probably do. So I need to undo them all now. And who suggested 4 eyes? Oh, that was me, that's right. Great idea. It's a really good idea. And this one. And this one. There we go. Right, so I normally get them paired up so that they're the same. So I line them up with each other, and I can see that this one is here, so I will join that. I can see where this one's coming down, so that one's the same, and so I basically try to match the eyelids. So they're all basically the same. Again, normally this is actually doing eyelids can be a real pain, getting them to match up just right. But and there we go. There, that'll just go straight across. Bit more on that one. better. It's weird, it sounds like I'm just talking to myself. Because I'm here just talking to myself in the workshop. I'm glad there are other people out here that are listening to me. I hope. Right, so I then get some fabric and do the same as I've shown you before, and that is I don't glue on the edge. I glue away from the edge and then pull the glue to the edge. That way we don't have glue glooping all over the place. So same again. Nice purple. There we go. So let's get this ready. Because this, it's we'll be finished by 6. That's what I wanted to be finished by 6, and this is going to be finished by 6. We're going to have a whole build done, which is pretty awesome. Thanks for all your help as well. It's been really fun actually, just going with everyone's ideas, and a lot of this is when you're thinking it all through yourself. It takes a lot of stress, you know, but having everyone, you know, chip in and say, oh no, this eye and this idea and that idea, looks great. It's really good. So thanks for that. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, all good. Sock puppets are a great place to start. I mean, seriously, they have so much expression as well. You know, you can make them do, you know, because it's a sock, you know, it's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, great place to start. If you want to make puppets, sock puppets are the best, aren't they? Really, really cool. Right, that can dry. No, a bit more there, I think. And then the glue on the eyelids. No, I'm not showing you what I'm doing at all, am I? No. This is an eye. This is an eyelid. This is glue. I'm getting delirious now. Must be the end of the day. Here we go. So I'm gluing on the eyelids. There you go, look. I don't like to put contact adhesive down on my cutting mat because basically if contact adhesive touches the cutting mat, it takes off the top layer. So you end up with all these black blobs. So yes, that's why. They're resting on cardboard or they're resting elsewhere, you know, that's why I normally do that. There we go, that's that one done. So they're drying down here. Yeah, with the back end off. Someone said, how did I learn by being a puppet maker? Yeah, I just did it, basically. I just played around, really. Later on, I got patterns and things, but it was just by playing around. Yeah, it's miniature dolls. I mean, that's a skill. I'm serious. That's especially when you have to do all the clothing and things. I mean, that is serious. If you want to learn to be a puppet maker, though, there's loads of free patterns out there. There's us. There's all sorts where you can learn how to do it yourself. Seriously, if you can make dolls, you can make a puppet. I mean, seriously, no problems at all. Right. Am I patient enough? Have I waited long enough? I doubt it, but here we are. I'm now going to put the eyelid, stretch it across the eye. There we go. I'll show you what I do on the back in a second. Do the same again. Eyelid and stretch it across the eye. There we go. Another one here. Stretch it across. And that's all. There we go. All I do now onto the backs here is I just trim around about 5mm away, quarter of an inch ish. Like so. There we go. Okay, and then again, contact adhesive. I go around the edge at the back. So I like to fold this over, basically. It's not necessary again, it's just something I like to do. Just tidies things off, you know, it's I like to keep things tidy like that. There we go. And then just with a stick, make sure it's all spread over, that's all. You're all still with me, guys. It's amazing, we're almost there, aren't we? Right, just let that dry for a little bit. Roll it over and then we can attach the eyes again. I don't know why I did my hands like this. Okay, and roll these over, look. So the rest of the features, we've got the eyes on, we're going to do a nose and horns. That's it. I got a selection of horns for you to choose, but that is it. So we are almost done. So there's the eyes. So now I go back inside the puppet and I try to line them all up again. So make sure that they are in the right place one final time. So there's my center. Yeah, I think they are. That's a green, that's a blue. Right. There we go, so I'm just turning the inside now, so it looks a bit weird, I know, but... And next one. Okay, so turning it to how we want it to look. And green on the outside. There we go. Turn that hard. So I wanted the eyelids to line up, didn't I? Yeah. And then last one. Yeah. Right. Let's just pull that back. underneath the hair. For the reveal of the eyes. There we go. What do we think? Yeah, the eyelids really held, didn't they? Someone said, are your puppet eyes glued on? No, we use a bolt system. I showed you earlier, but basically we bolt them on so we can change the direction and everything that we want of them. So that's that one. Now then, are we going nose or horns next, guys? Yeah, I don't know how to centre that puppet. It's really difficult, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to see if I can reposition the camera so you can see more of this, so that I can show more of the puppet, and then we can work out the last few stages, really. So let's see. There we go. Does that help in any way? She's lurking great though, isn't she? Yeah, really, really good. So we're going to put on some horns and a nose. So that's our next task. Okay. So horns next, maybe. Right. Here we go. Let's see. I've got a selection of horns from us to choose. So I've got green. I've got orange, but orange won't work really because obviously she hasn't got orange on her. So these are our horns. So it's difficult to know what to do here. So let's even tilt the camera a little bit so you can see a little bit more. Oh, there we go. That's better, isn't it? Yeah. So we've got these green horns. Type effect. Don't know. Black. Okay. We've got great big green banana-y type ones. Or black ones. Okay. Or we've got like these big black unicorny type ones. Black curved ones, as in these. Yeah, probably. I think it's probably our best, isn't it, really? And like that. Yeah, I think I probably prefer that. Yeah, I think you're right, aren't you? Yeah, I think we're going to go for that. Yeah. Awesome. Right. So these also have the same system of just attaching them. So let me just move these out of the way and then we can attach them as well. That's where I've tripped and they all fall on the floor. I didn't. Hey! Awesome. Just put you a bit closer, shall we? There we go. So again, same system where we've got the hole in the bottom, and we just put a insert in there. Then they're just bolted on the head. The hole's slightly bigger, so I normally glue these on just to be on the safe side. Okay. Making sure not to glue your fingers, like I just did. Yeah, okay. And I put washers on the inside again, and 2 bolts, and that holds it in place. So let's see if we can do that, shall we? Yeah, we print all of this stuff ourselves. We print horns. I design them all. I used to design them on Fusion 360, but I now use the iPad, so I use something called Shapewood, which is just such a lovely program. So I just design them all and then print them. So yeah, it's a great program and just enables us to have so many options, really. You know, whereas if I was having to buy stuff in, I just wouldn't be able to do that. So. How often are we going to go live? I don't know. This was a test to see whether or not it was going to go down well or anything else. So that one says left. Is that left? What do you reckon? Like that? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, I don't know. So I'd love to say once a month. That would be quite cool. The printer I've got at the moment, I've got a Bambu Lab, so it is just awesome. I've had so many different ones in the past, but the Bambu Lab is just the most beautiful printer I've ever had. So, oh, look at that, look. So yeah, that's where I'm using at the moment. I've probably got about, I don't know how many printers, too many printers, but they've all been relegated since we've moved. And the Bambu Lab's the only one out working constantly at the moment because it's so predictable and so dependable. You know, it's great. It's such a great printer. Once a month would be awesome. Yeah, it would be cool, wouldn't it? I've had a lot of fun doing this. It's been good doing it with you, not just me showing you. Do you know what I mean? It's like for us to actually work together. What do you reckon of this guy's horns? I think that looks really good. You know, if it was me just building, it wouldn't quite be the same. But the fact we're all doing this together and making decisions together has been a lot of fun. And I've been catching up with a lot of people. So that's really, really good. His body is on backwards, of course, which doesn't help, or her body. I don't know what this is. It's an alien. Aliens are nothing, aren't they? Or something. There we go. So that's it so far. So the only other thing we've got to do is we've got to add the nose. So I've got. Now I'm going to tilt your head. There, great. So noses, originally I had these. I don't know if they're going to work. I've not tried them. So I got this one. Which I'm not sure. Can't see it really. I got a pink one because pink noses. Oh, oh, and every puppet needs a tongue. You're right. Oh man, I like the pink one. Can I get away with using pink, even though that's not in our colour scheme, guys? Please. You love the pink. Okay, thanks, Liam. Yeah, it does. I think the pink, it does add something. Yeah, we're going pink, guys. We're going pink. These are the only things which I unfortunately stick on with hot glue. So I'm always so nervous. I'm going to turn away from the camera here to do this because if I get this in the wrong place, I'll be most upset after all of this time. So I'm going to put a blob of hot glue, not too much, guys, and add it in the right place, I hope. Right, put my hand in. So I can then press down against it. So I never add too much because at this point, if you add too much glue, it just splurts out everywhere. It's awful. So just make sure it's there and looking good, looking really good. Its body is still on backwards. There we go. No, that's not right. There we go. Okay. So tongue. Every puppet needs a tongue. And what colour tongue are we going for? Green, purple. Green or purple? Green? Green, okay. Or pink to match the nose. Pink to stand out. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've got a small pink tongue. I'll just show you to see if that makes any difference, just to give you an idea of one I've made for other things. It's not the right size, but at least you'll have an idea of what it looks like. That'd be a little pink tongue. Actually, that's actually the right size. Wrong pink. Yeah, it's too baby pink, isn't it? I don't think I've got that sort of colour pink in fabric. Right, let me see if I can find some green. I'll be back. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, we've got this green. I've got this pink, which is a very hot pink though, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. I'd love to have the pink that matched the nose, but I don't have any of that colour. Not such a hot pink. It's so difficult, isn't it? This is the last thing, guys. I can make it long. Yeah, I can make a long tongue. I think that's the best. I'm going this pink. All right, I made the decision. And I'll make a long tongue, I think, as someone suggested. Lengthwise, yeah, about there, I think. Okay. Now you need to work out what her name is. As I'm sewing the tongue, work out the names. Right, there we go. One tongue. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Here we go. Let's glue this bad boy in. Right. Almost there. And hot glue, this one. Normally hot glue tongues in. Open wide. And there we have the tongue. All in place. Chomp test. I think that's fine. And I'll now put her on my arm. Put an arm rod in her. And there she goes. Apart from, of course, she was from outer space. And so we got her a prop. And this is her death ray. So be careful, guys. If you look into this, it might be dangerous. Yeah, there we go. So there we go. That is building a puppet from scratch, following the Patreon's decisions of making an outer space beastie with purple and multicoloured fur, cab eyes, nose, horns, and my choice of having extra eyes. There she is. Wow, and I wanted to be finished by 6 o'clock, and we've got 10 minutes left. Are there any questions that you would like to ask me before I sign off for the day? Thank you so much, everyone, though, for being involved. I loved all your decisions, all of your help, all of your conversation today. It's been, seriously, it's been a lot of fun. As I said, this will be made available for a giveaway later on. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but keep watching. This will be a giveaway puppet. Literally all you'll need to do is sign up to our YouTube channel and a few other bits and pieces, I'm sure, and then it'll be a giveaway for yourself. But thank you very much. Last few moments. Can I felt instead of fleece? Yeah, you can. Yeah, of course. You can use felt. Yeah, no problems at all. A snake puppet? Yeah, I've done a snake before. Yeah, they're really a lot of fun. Thank you so much for all the roses and everything you're sending through as well. Hearts and things. Really appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to say, well, thank you very much, and we'll catch up with you again very, very soon. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a blast.